The Board of Trustees of the Lamar Consolidated Independent School District is called to order at 6:30 p.m. This is the regular monthly board meeting being held on February 21st, 2023. We have a quorum with two members absent, Ms. Danziger and Ms. Brunzel. Please join me in a moment of silence to observe as you feel appropriate. Please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance and the pledge to the Texas flag led by Navarro Middle School, 6th grader Jemiah Bro.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all. And now for the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, one indivisible. You may now be seated.
All right. Thank you very much, Jemiah. All right, Dr. Nivens, are there any recognitions or awards?
Yes, sir, Mr. President. We do have some recognitions and awards. I'll turn over to Ms. Cole Hamilton.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. President, trustees, and Dr. Nivens. This evening we have a lot to celebrate, and I'm going to bring up a lot of students and some adults who've done some amazing things. We're entering a new format this season at our board meetings. We do recognitions. We are going to take the photos here. We'll make all the photos available on the website immediately following the board meeting. So I do ask that parents remain seated. We will make these photos available for you to download, and you can see your cute babies in action. But kicking things off, I do want to wish a congratulations to the Lehman Junior High counseling team. They've won the Counselors Reinforcing Excellence for Students in Texas, the CREST Award for Exemplary Program. Lehman is now the second campus in the district to have earned this prestigious award. Let's get it for Lehman. They can come forward. This team was selected for their leadership and advocacy in serving students, campus, district, and community stakeholders. Winners were recently recognized at the Texas School Counselor Association Annual Conference this month. Tonight we have Assistant Principal Demetria Granger, Counselor Kevin Cracker, Counselor Tori Gilmer, and Counselor Latoya Session. Thank you. I'll ask my Fulshire cheer team to come on deck because tonight it is our honor to present to you the Fulshire UIL Competition Cheer Squad. In January, these athletes traveled to Fort Worth to participate in the UIL State Spirit Championships. Fulshire High School competed in the 5A Division I category with 73 other teams from across the state. At the conclusion of the preliminary round, the Chargers were in 4th place heading into finals. On their way to finals, the Charger captured the Best in Class award for having the highest score in the fight zone category of any team. Fulshire completed a near flawless final routine, scoring a 93.07 out of a possible 100 points. The Chargers brought home UIL silver medals as the state runner-up in the Class 5A division. Give it up. These state medals represent hours of hard work and dedication by coaches, athletes, and parents. And at this time, we're going to recognize the Charger cheer parents who are in the room. Would you guys please stand? Fulshire cheer is under the direction of head coach Tara Smith and assistant coach Brittany Morton. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, congratulations to the Fulshire High School Competition Cheer Squad. All right, turn around. You can high-five the trustees. Shake hands. Are y'all high-fiving, waving, shaking hands? Yay, it's a lot. Thank you, ladies. All right. All right, we're going to recognize George Ranch Foster and Fulshire High Schools. There are thousands of student musicians from across the state of Texas, and they audition through multiple levels of competition and cuts to become the elite in their respective vocal competitions and instrumental fields. We had 6 Lamar CISD high school musicians who qualified for the 2023 Texas Music Educators Association All-State Competition, distinguishing them in the top 3% of all high school musicians in the state. The students are here tonight, and they performed in all-state bands, choir, and orchestras in San Antonio. So tonight we have George Ranch High School junior Asfal Zubair. He's Lamar CISD's first all-state orchestra musician. He performed in the all-state Philharmonic on double bass. His orchestra teacher is Mr. Rupert Parker, and his parents are Noreen and Muhammad Zubair. From Foster High School, we've got Kate Martin. Kate was in the All-State Treble Choir. Kate will also be a member, she was also a member of the 2023 American Choral Directors Association National Honor Choir. Her teacher is Mr. Jason Carson, and her parents are Matt and Karen Martin. Not here this evening, but I did want to recognize from Foster High School sophomore Jackson Ingram. He's a French hornist in the 5/8 state band. But here from Foster is sophomore Matthew Malinock. Matthew is an alto saxophonist in the 5A All-Star Symphonic Band. Matthew's teacher is Mr. Eric Saunier, and his parents are Maddie and Michael Malinock. Here from Fulshire High School is sophomore Joshua Morrell. Joshua was a trumpet in the 5/8 State Symphonic Band. His teacher is Mr. Andrew Lee, and his parents are Melissa and Peter Morrell. Group photo of these students. Also not here tonight, though, from Fulshire High School is junior percussionist Caleb Rafainen. Caleb performed in the All-State Sinfonietta Orchestra. His teacher is Mr. Andrew Lee, and his parents are Kathleen and Sherwin. And students, if you can get in front of the trustees, we'll take your group photo. There you go, get a window. Thank you. You may be seated. Each year, the Texas Dance Educators Association, or TDEA, All-State Dance Team consists of hundreds of dancers statewide selected by their dance teachers for their outstanding dance ability and their leadership both on the team and on campus. These dancers spend 3 days participating in an exciting January convention experience that includes dance workshops, leadership training, master classes, and networking with other role model dancers throughout the state. The All-State Dance Team experience culminates in a performance choreographed by a master choreographer, which is showcased for both high school and college teachers and administrators. This year, we proudly selected 4 All-State dancers to represent our district on the dance team. When I announce a student, we'd like to invite the student to come on up. Representing George Ranch High School Lariat is senior Taylor Maughan. Taylor leads the Lariat. She's in the top 10% of her class. She plans to attend Texas A&M University. Her teacher is Brittany Sway, and her parents are Amanda and Matthew Maughan. Representing the Fulshire High School Storm Dance Team is senior Emma Chamberlain. Emma served as a co-captain and a 4-year member of the Storm Dance Team. She's a member of the National Honor Society, Student Council, and WIT. Emma will attend Blinn College and has already signed on to be on the 8-time NDA National Champion Dance Team. Her teacher is Miss Eric Surrey, and her parents are Joseph and Jenny Chamberlain. Representing the Terry High School Rangerettes is senior Delana Zepeda. Delana leads the Rangerettes. In addition, she is the president of the National Honor Society and a student on the Student Council, and as well as a producer of THS-TV. She plans to attend Texas Christian University and major in journalism. Delana's teacher is Mrs. Sarah Turco, and her parents are Desiree and David Cepeda. Representing Lamar Consolidated High School Phillies is senior Anaya Guyton. Anaya served as both lieutenant colonel as well as colonel of the Phillies dance team. Anaya has already accumulated 15 college hours through dual credit courses at LCHS. She will receive a full ride scholarship to Blinn College, where she will be on the Blinn Treasures dance team. She plans to major in dance. Her teacher is Ambria Johnson, and her parents are April Neal and Chris Bates. Thank you and congratulations to our all-state dancers. And next, we will recognize our 2023 Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo School Art Program Grand Champion. Representing Foster High School is senior artist Mia Huckman. Mia is a National Merit Commended Student, NAP Scholar. She's a member of the National Honor Society, the Marching Band, Color Guard, and was in the cast of the school musical. This is the fourth time that Mia's artwork has advanced to the school arts auction. In 2022, Mia's painting earned Reserve Grand Champion, and at that auction, sold for a world record $265,000. Her painting this year is entitled The Last Roundup, and Mia plans to attend the Savannah College of Arts and Design and major in illustration. Mia's teacher is Mrs. Monica Aracia, and her parents are Vicki and Michael Huckman. The Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo School Art Auction is Sunday morning, March 12th at noon, and will be broadcast live on Channel 13. Congratulations, Mia. Dr. Nivens, Mr. President, these are all the recognitions for this evening.
All right. Good evening, Board of Trustees. And thank you, Dr. Nivens. Tonight, I bring forward to you for recognition new employees to the district, as well as employees that are in a new position in LCISD. First up, I'd like to introduce the new Chief Learning Officer, Mrs. Christina Cottongame. Christy Cottongame was born in San Antonio, but lately moved to Dallas area, where she spent most of her career. Christy received her bachelor's degree from Texas A&M, and she received her master's degree from Texas A&M in Commerce. She recently served at Lake Dallas ISD as the Chief Academic Officer. Mrs. Cottongame has a total of 28 years of experience in public education as a teacher, instructional coach, principal, and district-level administrator. Attending with Mrs. Cottongame tonight is her husband, Chris Cottongame, if you'll please stand. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mrs. Christy Cottongame. Next, we have the new principal of Jane Long Elementary, Mrs. Risa Crosby. Mrs. Crosby was born and raised in Eagle Lake, Texas. Risa Crosby received a bachelor's degree from Texas A&M, and she received her master's degree from the University of Houston, Victoria. She has a total of 17 years of experience, all in Lamar CISD, where she recently served as the assistant principal in LCISD. Attended with Ms. Crosby is her husband, Jason Crosby, if you'll stand, sons Colton, Cash, and Case Crosby. Please help me welcome Mrs. Risa Crosby. Next, we have the assistant principal of Jackson Elementary, Mr. Jorge Barrera. Mr. Barrera was born and raised in Mexico. He moved to the United States at 9 years old. He attended Jackson Elementary as a student and was a member of the first 8th grade class at Briscoe Junior High, and is a proud graduate of Foster High School as well. Jorge received a bachelor's degree from the University of Houston and his master's degree from the University of Houston, Victoria. Mr. Barrera has 10 years experience in Lamar CISD, including 8 years of teaching and 2 years as a bilingual ESL specialist. Attending with Mr. Barrera tonight is his wife, Courtney Barrera. Please help me welcome Mr. Jorge Barrera. Next, we have the assistant principal of Culver Elementary, Mrs. Brittany Carpenter. Mrs. Carpenter was born in Longview, Texas, and grew up in White House, Texas. Brittany received her bachelor's degree from Stephen F. Austin University, and she received her master's degree from American Intercontinental University. Mrs. Carpenter comes to us from Fort Bend County with a total of 13 years of experience in education. She has held a previous position of ESL specialist, literacy instructional coach, district literacy interventionist, and as an assistant director of leadership development for reading and academies. She has also served as a part-time curriculum reviewer and writer for TEA's Texas Resource Reviews for the last 3 years. Attending with Ms. Carpenter is her husband, Anthony Carpenter, and children Tristan Carpenter, Aurora Carpenter, and Micah Carpenter. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mrs. Brittany Carpenter. Next, we have the Assistant Principal of Lindsay Elementary, Mrs. Raquel Chacon Perez. Mrs. Chacon Perez was born and raised in Miami, Florida, and relocated to Texas 9 years ago. Raquel was the first person in her family to graduate from college, where she received her bachelor's degree from Nova Southeastern University and her master's degree from the University of Houston, Victoria. Mrs. Chacon Perez has 4 years of experience in Lamar CISD, where she served as a teacher and bilingual coach. Mrs. Chacon Perez will be in attendance with her husband, Ozzy Perez, daughter Annabelle Perez, and son Ethan Perez. Next, we have the Assistant Principal of Mrs. Erica Dial. Mrs. Dial was born and raised in Houston and raised in Missouri City. She received her bachelor's and master's degree from the University of Houston. Mrs. Dial comes to us from Fort Bend County with a total of 19 years of experience in education. Erica has served as a teacher as well as one of the first instructional coaches in her previous district. Attending with Mrs. Dial is her mother, Gloria Dial, and lifelong partner, Michael Miller, and her daughter, Reagan Miller, the Assistant Principal of Carter Elementary. Next, we have the Assistant Principal of Adolphus Elementary, Mrs. Julia Jackson. Mrs. Julie Jackson is actually one of our very own, as she was born and raised in Rosenberg, Texas. She received her bachelor's degree from the University of North Alabama and her master's degree from the University of Houston, Victoria. Ms. Jackson has a total of 9 years' experience in Lamar CISD as a classroom teacher. Attended with Ms. Jackson tonight is her husband and her high school sweetheart, Donald Jackson, as well as son Kyson Jackson and daughter Kinsley Jackson. Please help me welcome Mrs. Julie Jackson. Next, we have the Assistant Principal of Tamaron Elementary, Mr. Mario Temporal. Mr. Temporal was born and raised in the Philippines. Mario received his bachelor's degree from the Ateneo de Bayo University and his master's degree from the University of Houston, Victoria. Mr. Temporal has a total of 10 years of experience as a classroom teacher and an instructional facilitator. Attending with Mr. Temporal tonight will be his wife, Jocelyn Temporal. Please help me welcome Mr. Mario Temporal. And finally, we have the new athletic campus coordinator and head football coach of Foster High School, Mr. Shane Hanks. Mr. Hanks was born and raised in Bridge City, Texas. Shane received his bachelor's degree from Lamar University. He has a total of 26 years of experience, all in education, and as a classroom teacher and as well as a coach. Coach Hanks mostly served as the defensive coordinator at Foster High School. Attending with Mr. Hanks tonight is his wife, Kim Hanks, and his sons, Cade and Connor Hanks. Please help me welcome Mr. Coach Shane. President Hunt, that concludes all of our introductions for tonight.
All right, are there any board member reports?
Alex. Okay. Since our last meeting, I want to thank Mr. Mike Miller, the CTE teacher at George Ranch High School, and Heather Terici, the CTE teacher at Fulshire High School, for inviting me to be a judge at the DECA convention, which is a citywide competition that was held at Ridgepoint High School. And we were judging business presentations from the kids from all over the city of Houston. Mrs. Williams was there with me also. She was in a different part of the of the school that day, judging other things that I'm not exactly sure what it was, but you can talk about that in a second. I also participated, well, I didn't participate, I was an observer. I watched a webinar of 4 of our employees from McNeil Elementary, and this was a webinar highlighting how the school has improved the speaking skills, the English speaking skills of bilingual students. And that featured 2 of the folks that were here tonight that were introduced. Jorge Barrera, who is now the AP at Jackson Elementary, he was at McNeil, and Mario Temporio, who is now the AP at Tamaron Elementary. It also featured Tony Scott, who was the elementary teacher at McNeil. Now she's over at Wertheimer Middle School, and Bricada Taylor, who's a teacher at McNeil. So it was an interesting time to hear them talk about how they had helped students. My daughter and I attended the elementary honor choir performance at Lamar High School Auditorium. And I have a teenage daughter that I coaxed into going with me. And she didn't really want to go, and I told her we would just go for a song or 2, and she wound up not wanting to leave. So those elementary kids, they sing some good songs. It was a good Saturday afternoon. I went to the International Night at Arredondo Elementary that was a co-host between Williams Elementary and Arredondo for all the families of both schools. Also went to the Adolphus Elementary 10th anniversary. The next day was a very busy day. I went to the George Junior High and saw the district rodeo art display and all the different paintings, including the one featured tonight by the high school senior at Foster. Next, I stopped by the Lamar High School and the Terry High School ladies soccer competition. Went to a George Ranch high school baseball game. I didn't really see a lot of that. I was actually on my way to George Ranch to see the Lariat and Bells show-off program. And then later that night, I was invited to go to the Foster High School Pro Grad event. The next week, I went to the Post Oak Municipal Advisors in West Houston with Dr. Nivens. And these are the folks that sell our bonds on Wall Street. So we saw the first installment of our 2022 bonds being sold. And a lot of that those financial terms are way over my head. But Jill Lugwood, our CFO, is also there. And she and the people there helped me understand it as much as I could. Next, I went to a Lamar High School softball game, and they beat the team that was coached by a friend of mine. So I was rooting for the Lady Mustangs. Way to go. And then this past Saturday night, I went to Men Who Cook.
So yes, I was able to be a judge at the DECA competition as well. I don't know that I'll do that again. My job was to be an angry customer to these poor little high school people. And so it was, the reaction, it was hard to take. I ended up counseling some of them. So I'm like, I don't know that I want to do that again, but it was, they did a good job. I was impressed. Dr. Nivens and I stopped by Carter Elementary. I've been there before. And then I got to go to ALC for the first time since they've renovated, and I was very impressed and talked to a lot of kids. They're doing a really good thing over there, not just ALC, but also 1621. So I'm very thankful that we have both of those in our district, and a lot of teachers really trying to support the students where they are. So I really appreciated that. I got to go to a basketball game at George Ranch High School, and so I've shared this story before, but we played Clements High School, and one of the parents in the seats that I was sitting with said Hakeem Olajuwon, I guess his son is on the Clements team, and so when I was growing up, the board members have heard this story, I was a ball girl for Phi Slamma Jamma. And so I've told that story. That's like my claim to fame. And so I went over and introduced myself to Hakeem and said, I'm sure you remember me. I wiped up your sweat on the basketball court many years ago and got $20 for it. So had I known how that would end up, I probably would have kept some memorabilia from that time. But anyway, so that was kind of fun. And then I went to soccer game Friday night. That was nice and chilly. At George Ranch, but we won. That was an exciting time. And then Men Who Cook, fantastic event. Appreciate the Leaf Board and everyone who put all their time and effort into that. It was a really, really good event. A lot of people that they were there for the first time were so impressed, and they're excited to come back the next year. So I love that all the efforts putting into our teachers and that benefits our kids. So thanks for everybody who participated. And that's it. Oh, and we had a budget meeting today. That was great.
Kind of like John, this was a busy, hello? All right, there we go. Kind of like John, this was a busy time for us as well. I got to have lunch at Lamar Mustang Cafe. I got some birria tacos cooked by the students and served by the students. So on Tuesdays, they do smash burgers, and then on every random Thursday, they'll have another meal. So I got to go up there and support them, and it was excellent. I got to go to the middle school basketball championship. It was we got some athletes in 8th grade. I was like, wow, I was impressed. But it was awesome to see parents from all the schools out there just supporting our students and all that. I took a random drive out to Powell Point. I was out there doing some other business, and I was like, oh, there it is. And so I saw Miss Mathis out there, and there was a student at that moment that was having somewhat of a little bit of a challenging time. So I was like, okay, I will let y'all do y'all's job and all that. But just see the way our staff handled themselves and carried themselves inside the campus whenever there was a challenging situation. They were poised, and they did everything right. And I was like, okay, I'll let y'all do y'all's job. I'm leaving, I'm bowing out. So visited the art showcase, saw some excellent talent there. To see all the parents there. And then we also, at the art showcase, I met the chairman for the art show for the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. And so she came out to support as well. So to talk to her about, our students, all that they're doing, and then also trying to get a little bit more money from Mia for that, excellent work she did. So Randall Baseball, we had a budget committee meeting. I got to also be a judge at Jane Long for the Amazing Shake contest, and that was an excellent thing. We saw these 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders come through with, they had lessons on how to shake hands, how to introduce themselves, how to have small talk. So I got to sit in front of some excellent students and do that, and then afterwards, just sit and watch Roxanne Anders, she's the art teacher out at Jane Long, just glow on how well her kids did. It was amazing. And then just talking to her at the art showcase, we're talking about what she's doing and how my wife's an art teacher, so she's always talked to my wife about being an art teacher someday and all that. And so this is her first year as an art teacher. And so when we were talking to her at the showcase, she's telling me that she's going, because there's some staffing needs, there's 2 teachers out on maternity leave at Jane Long, that she felt called to go back and do reading for 3rd grade because there was a need. And so there was a sub that was doing a long-term sub, and they figured out that long-term sub can go teach art, and then she can shift back over to 3rd grade reading. And so this was just coming out of her, that she just felt compelled and to do what was right for these students and all that. And so she had her dream job of being an art teacher. But for the sake and for what our kids needed, she said, you know what, I'm going to go teach reading because that's what these kids need right now. So I was really impressed with Roxanne Anders and the way she did what she needed to do for the kids. And then also for the admin team there about the way they were being creative with their staffing to make sure that these babies had an excellent reading teacher. Next.
All right, well, I'll say the reason that our recognitions are getting so long is because there's so many outstanding things that are happening in our district. And I know that next month's recognitions are probably going to be long too. And we've got state champions in swimming and in wrestling. Sports is going again, and baseball is starting. Tons of our teams are in the playoffs for basketball. So there's just so many outstanding things happening. I wanted to give a congratulations to Camila Lewis and to the Leaf Board and Chip Sutton, who is just stepping off of the presidency of the Leaf Board. They put together an outstanding event with Ben Who Cook, and the best part about it is it wasn't just a great time, is they raised over $100,000 for our teachers that will translate into experiences for our students that they wouldn't ordinarily have. So if we can just give them a round of applause for just an incredible event. Visited quite a few schools lately. I love chatting with students, got to talk to some very energetic and really bright second graders today. We are, myself, Dr. Nivens, and several other trustees are going to the Capitol this Thursday. We're spending the whole day there to go and talk with our local legislators and other legislators that have an impact on public education funding. We passed a resolution in our last meeting to tell our legislators that we need more state funding for public education, our district in particular as the fastest growing school district in the state. And so I'm hopeful that they'll take that $33 billion surplus that they have at the state level and find a way to increase public education funding for Lamar CISD without raising our local property taxes. It allows us to increase salaries for our teachers and our staff who are very much deserving of it, and then provide experiences and better and safer facilities for our students. So we'll be bringing that message to Austin. Anything else? All right, Dr. Nivens, is there a superintendent's report?
Yes, sir, Mr. Hunt. I, of course, you know, did a lot during the month. Something particularly happened today, though, which I thought was great to talk about tonight. I won't say the campus, but I went to elementary school this morning and walked into the front office, saw the principal, and she was already having a conversation with a young man about decisions. And so having a great conversation, and, you know, he really understood. And so typically when I go to campus, you know, the principal and I will, you know, we'll walk around and see what's going on and see the best ways we can support the campuses. And she got a call on the radio, and she started walking a little bit faster. And I saw she was walking a little bit faster, and so, you know, I have two knees that need to be replaced. And I said, well, you go ahead, I'll catch up to you. And so she got to her destination. When she got there, she was in the room, and she was dealing with a student, and the student wasn't having a good day. And got there, and the rest of the class was out in the hall. So a teacher had to pull her students out in the hall to teach her class while the principal and another teacher were dealing with this one particular student. I look in the room, and my principal's shoes off, and, you know, she's kicked, scratched, punched. She's on the floor restraining the student. And so then the teacher that was holding the door was a smaller lady. And so the student was kind of strong, and so I said, I'll hold the door. I said, if I hold it, you know, it's not gonna open if I'm holding it. And so I held the door, and the whole time I'm watching my principal and the teacher, it's about a 15-minute episode, you know, deal with this. And so, you know, there are federal laws that we have to make sure we follow to make sure that we have appropriate placements for students. And in my head, I said, you know, this is something that the public needs to know. A lot of people don't see that. A lot of people think that, you know, during the pandemic, teachers were heroes. And after the pandemic, I don't know what's happened. But, you know, I watched that. And I watched my principal and my teacher get kicked, scratched, to safely restrain a student that wasn't having a good day. And all I could think about was, man, if that were my kid, I hope, you know, I would want these two to help my kid. Because even though it wasn't a good situation, it was the most loving situation I could have seen two adults handle, right, in that situation. And so I had a lot to share tonight, and I said, you know what, I'm gonna talk about that, because that's kind of the ugly truth that people don't talk about in education. People don't understand what teachers deal with on a daily basis. Teachers don't understand what principals deal with on a daily basis. They don't understand what our officers deal with on a daily basis. And on a daily basis, things are good, but you have certain times that are not. And when I was a high school principal, I had a behavior unit on my campus with kids that were as big as me. And so, you know, I always had to have an extra shirt in my office because I was getting blood on the first one. And folks don't understand that. And so what I'm saying all this to say is that when you hear certain things, or your child comes home and they have a certain report, you know, all we ask is that you give the teacher the benefit of a doubt, give the principal the benefit of a doubt, and just ask the question. Just ask the question. Because 9 times out of 10, you know, there's another side to that story. But ladies and gentlemen, our teachers and our counselors and our staff, I mean, it brought tears to my eyes today. I saw them and I was like, man, this is, If it was my kid, I would want my kid to be restrained by these two people, because they did it in a way that they let everybody keep their respect, honor, and dignity. And then some more help came, and then we was able to get the support we needed for this child. But also, there's another group of students in the hall that had to be taught in the hall, and they just went on about their business. And so kids are resilient. Kids are very resilient. It's the adults that are not. Kids are very resilient. And no matter what you put a child through, as long as you're fair and consistent, they will always rise to the top. They will always rise to the top. It's our job as the adults to make sure we are fair and consistent with kids, right? And we know they're resilient. We put them in a situation to be successful. We support them, and then we keep moving. And so I know that was probably faux pas for me to say this tonight, but it's really on my heart and my spirit to say. But for all my teachers out there listening and my staff out there listening, you know, today I saw you, and I just need you to know that everybody else sees you, and keep working hard for our young people, because they deserve it. They deserve it.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Nivens. There are some folks that have public comments, and you've handed in the card. We have a public hearing first on our accountability performance report. There will be an opportunity to give public comments just on that accountability report. Then we'll close that public hearing, and then we'll have our regular public comments. So I'll give you an indication of when you can come up if you have a comment on this report that we're about to hear. But then after that, if you already turned in one of the green cards, then you'll be up. So at this time, we'll open the public hearing to discuss the Lamar CISD Accountability Performance Report for 2021-2022 at 7:07 p.m. And we'll first have a presentation.
All right, Mr. Brian Moore, you got it, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. President, trustees, Dr. Nivens, good evening. We're here to talk about last year's academic performance report. We have had a performance report like this in Texas since the 1990-91 school year. It used to be called the AEIS report. It provides demographic information and performance information on every school and district in the state of Texas. It provides extensive data on student performance as well as student and staff demographics. In order to access the report, you can do that in 4 different ways, either through the Texas Education Agency website. Our LCISD website has it posted on the performance report and legal postings page, campus offices, or from the LCISD RA&A office here at Brazos Crossing. Just as a reminder, this past year, we earned an A rating. 33% of districts in the state of Texas earned an A rating. However, we were 1 out of 10 districts with enrollments over 25,000 to earn an A rating, which was about 0.8% of Texas districts. Our campuses, we had 22 A campuses, 13 B campuses, and 5 C campuses. This year, and we'll talk about this at the end of the presentation, the agency is introducing higher accountability standards and also a revision of the STAR test that we think will make an impact on the 23 ratings. Areas that we'll review tonight are student performance, including early childhood readiness, STAR performance, graduation rates. We'll review student demographics, including 5-year changes in demographics. We'll look over serious disciplinary incidents, and we'll look over college and career readiness, the individual indicators, and what happens to our students after they leave our doors. Starting with the early childhood indicators, the 86th legislative session in 2019 added funding for all-day pre-K. As a result of that, they also added a requirement that boards target early childhood performance. We do that with third grade math and reading. We also now have tests that assess the readiness for pre-K and kinder students. The pre-K test is called CIRCLE. The kindergarten test is called the Texas Kindergarten Entry Assessment. Our students that leave pre-K, 90.8% of them are ready to go on to kindergarten. which is significantly above both the regional and the state average. Once in kindergarten, 90.8% of them are performing at or above expectations, which is also significantly above the regional and state averages. Looking at the STAR test, just a reminder, we have 4 different performance levels of the STAR test. The highest performance level is called master's grade level. Students at that level will go on without any, hardly any intervention. They're doing well. Meets grade level means they have a high likelihood of success at the next grade level with some targeted short-term intervention. Approaches grade level is the passing standard. Students will need support to go on and be successful at the next grade level. And then there's did not meet grade level, which would be the students that didn't pass the test. So when we look at these charts and we see that 87%, for instance, passed at approaches, that would mean that 13% did not meet grade level. When we look at our language arts and reading performance, from grades 3 through 8, we were consistently in the 80% range as far as passing at approaches. Our English 1 and English 2 were in the mid to upper 70s as far as passing at approaches. At every grade level, we were significantly above both regional and state averages. For math, in grades 3 through 6, we were performing in the 80% range, and also at grade 8 in Algebra 1. The area where we are right now comparable to or slightly under state and region is 7th grade math, which is a target point in our campus improvement and district improvement plans, and has grown from the 50 range last year into the 60s. So it's something that we continue to work on with the 7th graders. STAR Science, at 5th grade, we are at 77%, which is above both the state and the region, but we grow our students into the 80% range by the time they take the science test at grade 8, and 89% of our students pass the biology end of course test. Social studies at grade 8, 74% of students pass the test at approaches, and 93% pass at U.S. history end of course test. In both those areas, we are above the state and regional averages. Moving on to demographics, as I don't have to tell you because we know already, Lamar CISD has grown significantly. In the 17-18 school year, we had a little over 32,000 students. And in the 21-22 school year, we had nearly 40,000 students, which is a 19% change in a 5-year period. When we look at diversity, we continue to be a very diverse district. There's not a whole lot of change between the different ethnicities and races. But when we look at programs, we've added 23% additional graduates. Our attendance rate between 17-18 and 21-22 has remained basically the same. We did have an increase, a significant increase in economically disadvantaged students, but looking at the years past 17-18, 18-19, 19-20, that number has flattened out and is roughly 50-50 the last few years. Our bilingual ESL program has grown significantly by 4.2%, as well as our special ed program. Serious disciplinary incidents, the education code requires us to publish a report with violent and criminal incidents that occurred on our campuses. And we do this on the Performance Reports Legal Postings website. But to give you an overview, What we do is we summarize the number of incidents by 1,000 students. We did have an increase coming out of the pandemic this last year. We had 359 serious incidents in our schools. But when we look at that compared to our historical trend, we're back to pretty much where we were in 14, 15, when we started concentrating more on strategies to lower disciplinary incidents. So this was, we think, a statistical bump or an anomaly. It affects less than 1%, less than 1% of our students have serious disciplinary problems. When we compare it to our neighbors, the data is not yet available for Fort Bend ISD, but Katy ISD saw a similar trend where they went from 3.7 incidents per 1,000 students up to 8.6. We went from 3.5 to 9.1. And also we learned as well that some of this was due to a data error on part of the Texas Education Agency, where they had advised us to code incidents involving vape devices and THC as a felony controlled substance incident. And that does not match the definition that's in federal law. So we did file an appeal last Wednesday. We won that appeal, and we were able to keep our campuses off the persistently dangerous campus watch list by making sure that those were not counted against us, which was roughly 20% of that 359 disciplinary incidents. When we look at college and career readiness, our graduation rate, four-year rate is at 94.4% for the class of 21. That's above both the state and the region. Our class of 2020, their five-year rate, which includes students that may have to have returned to get extra credits, pass the test, et cetera, was at 96.8%. College, career, and military readiness was a set of indicators that was created by the 85th legislature in 2017. They include college readiness tests such as SAT, ACT, and TSIA. AP program, which are tests in which students can earn college credit by taking the course and then the test that follows. Dual credit completion. On-ramps, which is a program that helped from the University of Texas that helps students get accustomed to being in a college level class. And industry-based certifications, which are certifications that students earn in our career and technical ed program, where students can leave the high school and go into the workplace immediately and earn a decent wage. So looking at that indicator, we did decline slightly between the classes of 20 and 21, but if we put that into context, the class of 21 was a group that missed the last quarter of their junior year, and many of those students were virtual in the following 2020-21 year. But when we look forward to the class of 22, we've already regained ground with students, and we're already back on trajectory where we have 62% of students that graduated in May that were CCMR ready. When we split up the different indicators, our best indicator is met TSI, which means they've met the college benchmark standards. 43.4% of our students met the benchmark standards either from the SAT, ACT, or the TSIA test. 1 out of 4 of our high school students gets a 3 or higher on an AP test. 1 out of 5 of our students earns dual credit while in high school. On-ramps is still a relatively new program in implementation, so that's a low number for the class of 21, but it's going to be a higher number in coming years. Our industry certification, 1 out of 10 of our students in the class of 21 walked out of high school with an industry-based certification, which actually doubled between the classes of 21 and 22, and is now 1 out of 5 of our students left high school with an industry-based certification. Students enrolling in IAHE, which is Institute of Higher Ed after graduation. The class of 19, it was roughly 59.4, and those are public colleges and public universities in the state of Texas. As with what happened around the nation, that declined, and you see the decline in both the state numbers, the regional numbers, and our number, that declined for us to 53.9. Now, the good thing is that we also subscribe to the National Clearinghouse. So we're able to see students that went out of state or went to a private college. And so when we put those students in, roughly 2 out of 3 of our students are in college the year after they graduate. Graduates without developmental coursework, usually this information is available from the Higher Ed Coordinating Board and TEA. They have not released this information yet. When we look at the institutions that the class of 21 went to, the top institution was Wharton County Junior College, followed by Houston Community. And I've got to mention here the University of Houston, because this is not only the first time we've seen this in the top 3, but it's also the first time we've seen triple digits of students attending the University of Houston the fall after graduation. This is followed by the Lone Star System, Blinn College at Bryan, Texas State University, Texas A&M University, Sam Houston State, University of Texas San Antonio, and rounded out the top 10, University of Texas at Austin. I mentioned at the very beginning about changes that we're going to see coming ahead with this year's accountability. First one is the full implementation of House Bill 3906 out of the 86th legislative session that required STAR tests to be delivered online. It also required new item types. No more than 75% of our new tests are going to be multiple choice. Instead, we're going to have open-ended responses, matching, timeline type tests, things that are interactive technology. So with these 2 changes, we're not going to see STAR scores back in their final form for families until mid-August. So they will be delayed this year. Also, with revisions to the accountability system, we've ended the first 5-year cycle of the A through F system. With that, we're going to have revised standards for indicator performance, a new method for calculating district ratings, and this will push the release of ratings back into the middle of September. So we will be late in receiving both 3 through 8 STAR scores and also the ratings. The 2 biggest things that we've already looked at forward and predicted impact on, first of all, is college, career, and military readiness. College, career, and military readiness for the first 5 years from 18 to 22 was based on the expectation that we would have 60%. If your school or district had 60% of students meeting CCMR, you earned an A or a 90 score in the accountability calculations. It was announced in January that that bar is going to move. So 60% will now earn a score of 74, which is a C. It will take an 88% to earn a 90. And this includes students that just graduated from us that will be used to determine the 2023 accountability ratings. Those will be scored at a higher standard than what we had the previous year for the class of 21. What we are going to notice out of this is that already, if things were to remain the same, most high schools would see a drop of at least 1 letter grade. where A's would move down to B's and B's would move down to C's. And a lot of this is because we used to have this thing called 60 by 30 Texas, which was, we wanted 60% of our adults 25 and under to have a certificate or a diploma by 2030. And now they're abandoning that in favor of higher rates. We will also see a change in the way that they're going to calculate district ratings. Between 18 and 22, they calculated district ratings in the same methodology as they would a high school. However, according to TEA, 30% of districts earned a score that would have been higher than the average of their campuses. So starting with 2023, what we're going to see is they're going to take the score from each campus, multiply that times the enrollment in grades 3 through 12 that's on that campus, and add those scores collectively together. So to give you an example, in the way that we used to do it, if LCISD was a 3-school district, pretty much how the high school would go would be how the district would go. So if the high school was strong enough to earn an A, most times the district would earn an A. What we're seeing with this new method is that in LCISD, roughly 40% of our students are in grades 9 through 12, 75% in 6 through, 30% in 6 through 8, and 30% in 3 through 5. So under this new methodology, the high school would weigh 40%, the middle school would weigh 30%, and the elementary would weigh 30%, which would decrease that grade back from a 90 back down to an 85. So it's a different change in methodology. The data didn't change, but the way that it's calculated changed. Questions or comments for the board? Yes, sir.
That was very thorough.
Thank you.
I have 2 questions, and I think you might have addressed them, but I just wanted to verbalize them. On the serious disciplinary incidents, we went from a lower incident per 1,000 students, even than Katy, to higher than Katy. And did I hear you right? That is part of the way we're coding that?
Only slightly.
Only, yes. Is it partially the way we coded that? Is that part of that reason?
1 out of 5 of those, as we now know, were incorrectly coded. And that was based on what the Texas Education Agency had told us how to deal with vape products at THC.
So then the 9.1 that we have on the chart is not accurate.
Well, it's accurate as far as that's what's in the official record, but we have just received this appeal. We do not have follow-up from the agency on how to deal with that from here out.
Gotcha.
Okay?
So to answer your question, Mr. West, that number is lower. We just don't know exactly what it is yet because we don't have the data back from TEA.
In the CCMR, we were the class of 2021, and we were at 58%.
Yes, sir.
And the state average was 65, and that's 7 percentage points. Do we have any indication why that we dropped lower than the state average?
A lot of our interventions had occurred, usually occurred during the spring of the junior year, going into the fall of the senior year. And for our district, those students didn't get those interventions during that time. And there was a significant enough of the kids that were in virtual education that they didn't receive the interventions that the class of 22 received, or going back to the class of 20 received.
So in other words, other districts might have their interventions at different times of the school year.
Yes,
Ours is
sir.
in the spring, COVID hit.
Yes, sir. And we're working on improving that by, now that we have a full-time executive director of CCMR and CTE, we're working on expanding those opportunities for students, which will mitigate that and cushion us in the future.
I think that's one of the most important indicators of why we exist at all, the CCMR percentages, because at the end of a 13-year career for a child going to be a young adult, if they're not going to pursue one of those, I think that's a sad situation. And the higher that percentage, I think that's a good indication of how we've inspired and taught them. Of course, there's always situations where we can't help because of personal family issues and things, but thank you.
Thank you. I have a comment.
Question, so what's the rationale with them changing the way they are rating going back and using last year's graduates?
Unfortunately, it's the way the system is set up. They cannot attain a final number on graduates until the fall following when they graduated. So it's the same thing with graduation rate, attendance rate, CCMR, they're all lagging indicators. So they use the data that is most available at the time.
Got it. Thank you.
Dr. Nivens?
So a couple things I want to make sure that we're clear on that Mr. Moore explained. Is, so let's say, for instance, you have a job and, you just know every day you're supposed to be there at 8 o'clock just because you know that. And then your performance evaluation comes and your boss says, oh, I'm going to give you a bad evaluation because you should have been here at 7:30. And you say, well, I wish you had told me that when I first started, then I would have been here at 7:30. And so that's kind of the way now our accountability system is set up. So right now, our children will be taking an exam in April and May, and we still don't know what the targets are, and we don't know how it's set up. And then, as you said, we have seniors that are gone, that have moved on with their lives. Then now we're still going to be held accountable for how they performed, but that still isn't determined how that's going to happen. You know what I mean? So I just want to make sure that we're clear on that. That's why it's important for parents to stay active legislatively with your local legislators and elected officials, so you can continue to advocate for public schools and our accountability system, because that's really not fair to our teachers or our young people, is that we're teaching the curriculum, and then after all is said and done, the state says, oh, but actually this is what you should have been doing, and that's not really fair. The other thing is, as Mr. Moore said, less than 1% of school districts our size earn an A rating, which is a big deal, right? Two things to that. First off, we scored a 90, and if you do simple math, a 90, that still means you have 10% of your students that didn't meet the mark. And so, as I mentioned earlier today in a meeting, as a kid, I was that 10%. And so, we can't be satisfied with a 90 because we still have 10% of our students that aren't getting what they need to get from us. Right? And so we still have to make sure we do everything possible to get that 10% so we get to 100%. The next thing is that under the current system, the system that's coming, we would be an 85 instead of a 90. So if we continue to do what we're doing, there's a book called, what got us here won't get you there. So if we continue to do what we've been doing, then we earn a 90 this year. We continue to do what we've been doing, what we know the current system is, we'll be an 85. And then if we continue that, then the next year will be a 75, right? 80, then a 75, then a 70. So this is why we push so hard, because we have to get better. And so I hear questions a lot about, why are we implementing the system? Why are we doing this? Because we're an A-rated district. Why are we doing this? It's because we have to continue to get better. We're not the best. We're one of the best, but we're not the best. We still have 10% of our students that we have to go get and we have to serve and we have to help. Right? That's why we're here. That's why I'm here. And so I'm very passionate about that. And so if folks say, well, I'm good that we're at 90. I'm not good we're at 90. This board's not good that we're at 90. My staff's not good that we're at 90. We still have 10% of our kids we have to go help. So we have to continue to get better. We have to do more. You have to do more work. We have to segregate data better. We have to make sure we're teaching smarter. We're working harder. We're working smarter to make sure that all of our kids are getting what they need. If we don't, we'll be an 85, we'll be an 80, we'll be a 75, we'll be a 70, then we'll be an F. Y'all follow me on that? So we have to get better as a school system. And so when you hear the resistance about us doing things to get better, is because we have to get better. All of our kids have not reached their maximum potential. All of them have not reached their maximum potential. And our purpose is to help all of our students meet their maximum potential. So let's just make sure we continue to keep this at the forefront of what we're trying to do.
Mr. Welch.
Dr. Nivens, you were talking about the state is going to change the standards. No, we don't know what those standards are going to be. Is that going to be the legislature, or is that going to be Mike Morass from the TEA commissioner?
I'm glad you said that. That's our commissioner.
So advocating our legislators might not affect that, or might not?
Well, it will affect it because TEA implements the law.
And
So
they're
our
gonna be-
legislators set the law, TEA implements the law. And so right now, the commissioner has been given permission to the governor for this, it's called star refresh, star redesign, star refresh. But that's not in law. And so what we have to do is our legislators have to stand up and say, this is not in law for you to do. So we need to have some accountability at that level. But right now, our commissioner is acting in accordance to the permission he's been given from our governor, but not our legislators.
And I remember you and I had a conversation about that, and you told me. So they're going to release new standards, and we're kind of blind to them at the moment, but wouldn't all the other 1,000 school districts in Texas also be blind to them at the
Yes,
moment?
sir. Yes, sir. We're not
So
alone.
if we go from a 90 to an 85, and others go from an A but stay an A, I mean, we're all kind of in it together. So is it not still an apples-to-apples comparison?
It is. It's an apples-to-apples comparison. I mean, we are all going to take a hit in this new accountability system. There's no doubt about that. But I'm not really worried about us. I'm worried about my kids. And so I just want to make sure my kids are set up for success in Lamar CISD. And, you know, it's disheartening when a teacher works hard and a kid works hard, and then the bar is moved, and then the score comes back, and it's not where it's defeating. And, you know, our students work hard. And so we don't want the adults to mess it up for our kids.
Any other comments or questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Moore.
Thank you.
This is the time in the public hearing where the public has an opportunity to comment. If you're interested in commenting on the Lamar CISD Accountability Performance Report for 2021-2022, please come and stand by Mrs. Johnson now. All right, we'll close the public hearing at 7:38 p.m. Mrs. Johnson, are there any public comments?
If you wish to address the board, you must fill out a card and submit it before the presiding officer calls the meeting to order. While speakers generally have 5 minutes to address the board, the presiding officer may establish an overall time limit for public comment and adjust the time allotted to each speaker when necessary to accommodate a large number of speakers. However, no speaker shall be given less than 1 minute. All of this is in compliance with HB 2840. Each speaker tonight will have 5 minutes. While the board values hearing from members of the public, trustees may not respond to comments as they are prohibited by law from discussing or deciding any subject that is not on the board's publicly noticed agenda. Speakers having complaints against individual district employees or trustees may only address the board after filing a complaint form and in the manner provided for in Board Policy DGBA Employee Complaints, F&G Student and Parent Complaints, and GF Public Complaints. The presiding officer or designee shall determine whether a speaker has filed a complaint according to policy. Any speakers who complain of individual district employees or trustees during public comment will be directed by the presiding officer to stop addressing the board and will refer the speaker to the appropriate complaint policy. Please state your name when you come forward. Our first speaker tonight is Cindy Harden.
How's it going, guys? It's been a minute. All right, my name's Cindy Harden. I'm up here on behalf of the teachers in our community. Gonna go ahead and read this for you guys. District of Innovation was passed in Texas legislature in 2015 and allows districts to get around Texas Education Code. Once a plan is passed, it remains in effect for 5 years. Fort Bend ISD and Katy ISD are currently DOIs. And every teacher and parent I know is opposed to it. Teachers and parents alike are leaving those districts for this reason. The fact is, the first we heard of this was right before the holidays. Regardless of when the district is claiming to have started internal discussions, there was zero discussion of this publicly or communication with parents or community members. When the district wanted to pass the bond, we were inundated with this information. Constant signs, emails, everything, town hall discussions were had. But with this, we've had zero heads up and zero communication or opportunity to ask questions, to do our own research. It's as if the admins had already informed the board and staff the DOI will be passed ASAP. In fact, there are staff members who have said this is the case already. The administration of LCISD is constantly touting the A rating. I know you just talked about this, and many awards and accomplishments of the district. The districts surrounding us that are DOI, I know Katy ISD has changed, but Fort Bend ISD is where I came from with my kiddos. I left a home that we loved in a community I grew up in to get away from that school district. I've spoken to several teachers. I actually have their emails right here. I can email them to you guys. They were too afraid to come and speak to you guys because they don't want the repercussions that will happen. I'm not accusing anybody of anything. I'm just telling you, I was pulled aside at a meeting at a school to be a person that came up here and spoke for them. I'm sad because we have finally found a home here. We've worked very hard to make a community here. I know you guys have seen me up here before and I've spoken with you guys before. The teachers that I love the most in LCISD, I have 3 kids and we're not through the school system yet. I'm gonna lose some of my favorite teachers, and my kiddos that are older have told my younger kiddos about what awesome teachers these are. And I'm sad because they have told me they will leave, point blank. I sat in on the meeting that was held previously up here, and the manipulation that occurred during that meeting was very sad to me. And I saw votes being done kind of anonymously, and then it appeared like the vote was taken off the screen, and now they had to enter their email address, and there was a lot of really disheartened teachers here that day, and I'm not saying that DOI is not the answer, you guys. I don't know. I'm not an educator. I'm just saying this needs to be a public forum that we sit and talk about this. Parents have so many questions. I'm not an authority figure on anything to do with this. It's not what I do. I build pools for a living. But I feel like people want to know. They have so many questions, and I'm not trying to be a thorn in anyone's side. What you guys do is amazing. I wouldn't want it for all the money in the world. I know it's a really well-paying position. So I'm just asking you guys to open it up to people and just please give them a chance to ask the questions. You guys had a slide up on there that was touting how amazing LCISD is, and that is how we feel. And I'm so concerned, and so are so many teachers, that if this changes, they will not be able to do the job that they love so much. I don't have time to read all of these, but I'll read until it stops. It says, I've been with LCISD for over 35 years. I started when I was 4 years old at Beasley Elementary in their pre-K program. I'm also a proud LCISD alum. I've been teaching for 15 years, and in 14 of those years, I've been with LCISD. It says, I believe changing our district, our status to District of Innovation would be a disservice to our teachers, parents, and students. A DOI sounds like a wonderful idea on the surface, but once you research what it truly is, one can immediately see how this well-intentioned plan can go terribly wrong. The TEA offers waivers and allows districts to make changes to best serve their students without becoming a DOI. I believe the district should exhaust all available options before we change our A-rated school district into something else. Teacher number 2 says, reasons, questions why I oppose DOI. I'm hesitant to no longer have the protections for teachers and students that TEA provides. Changes in class sizes, they're already too large, and expectations during planning periods. It takes many years to end DOI, and I feel like students and teachers would have already suffered the consequences, and I agree wholeheartedly with that. LCISD has prospered in so many ways. The students and teachers are happy and succeeding. DOI is not necessary, in my opinion. Another teacher, it says, Dear Board of Directors of LCISD, I have concerns about moving LCISD into a District of Innovation. While I wanted to attend the meeting tonight in person, my kid is sick and I'm unable to leave her. My concerns are as follows. If DOI is such a positive move for the district, then why was it buried in our school calendar for parents to vote on without knowing? Why did kids vote at school and teachers told them what to vote for instead of the teacher telling them to talk to their parents and vote based on what works for their families?
Thank you, Ms. Harden.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maximo Asiedo.
Good evening, and thank you for having us. I'm here to discuss the removal of the basketball head coach at Fulshire High School. I went to the Lamar CISD website, and I pulled from the District of Innovation Plan the following nuggets, which I thought were pretty good. The first thing, things we always do. Personally model the character traits that we wish for our students to develop, for our students to develop. Our coach that was removed from the Fulshire High School was an embodiment of that commitment that the Lamar CISD is, pretty much put on there. Focus on the right thing. As parents and, as adults, we always have to make sure that we're doing the right thing, and I just don't believe that the right thing was done at Fulshire High School. On the opposite end, it also has things that we would never do. It states, compromise the trust of our parents by abusing the faith they have in us to love their children. So the trust has been broken. Our faith has been lost, and the school has demonstrated that they truly do not love our children in the way that they handled the removal of the head coach. So let me explain. On January 23rd, I received a text from both of my children that the head basketball coach had been removed. The kids arrived from school saddened by the news and deeply affected by this decision. Had you saw them, you would have believed that they had experienced a traumatic event, and they indeed had. You see, although the coach didn't play my kids as much as I would have wanted him to, he was beloved by the majority of the students and parents alike. His devotion to our kids on and off the basketball court was truly unmatched and inspiring to all of us. I would hear substantive actions he was taking to improve not only their athletic abilities, but academic and character traits as well. In my opinion, due to the uproar caused by his termination, the school scheduled a 30-minute meeting to discuss this, which was truly an insult, given the allotment given, as it did not truly indicate genuine desire to hear the concerns the parents or thoughts the parents had regarding this travesty. At the meeting, the athletic director informed concerned parents that the coach was removed as a result of committing 3 UIL violations over the course of several months. If the 3 violations, out of the 3 violations, she stated she would only discuss 1. The athletic director informed us that the coach had a UI violation regarding the allowed hours for athletes to practice and or receive instructions during the summer. The violations had occurred in July, and the school had only become aware of this 2 weeks prior, which is why they took action. The athletic director insisted that the coach had been reprimanded on other UI violations and only discussed the 1 violation of the going over the allotted time, which is what led to his removal. The athletic director stated that she personally verified said violations, even though she could only discuss 1 out of the 3. The meeting left parents with more questions than answers, and it's my understanding that the coach employment began on August of 2022. How could he be removed for an infraction that had occurred prior to his employment? Who granted a non-district employee access to Fulshire High School facilities? How is it even possible for the principal, athletic director, and campus director not to be aware that a non-district employee had access to the facility during the summer? How is it possible that the activities that help form a team, build character of our children, and better prepare them for life outside of the school are punished and not rewarded? Activities such as yoga, roundtable, group, and opportunity for social interactions unrelated to athletics, social gatherings, open to students and parents that were willing to participate. Here's what I would like to see occur, and here's what I'm asking from the board. A full investigation into the removal of Fulshire's head basketball coach, a full reinstatement of the aggrieved coach, an apology not only to the coach and his wife, but most importantly, their children who had to endure public castigation and relive it every single day as they go to their school. Now, to the board and to you, Doctor, I ask for that fairness and consistency you spoke about earlier, you referenced during your speech. You also stated that adults have to get out of the way of students and, be adults, and I ask you to fully investigate this matter and reinstate the coach. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Edith Acevedo.
Good evening. I was carrying my baby girl. She was heavy. All right, so I'm here today to be a voice for my children. Good evening. My boys attend Fulshire High School. You just heard my husband speak. My name is Edith Acevedo. And my boys are not here today because they're being support to their varsity team. They're playing today, so good luck to them. All right, so the voice of my children, like anyone else, is super important. So like I mentioned at the beginning, I'm here to represent their voice and what they shared. And so I'm going to read verbatim a letter that they wrote because they're not here, but they want to show support for their coach. Their coach, who was removed as head coach, as my husband shared, from the Fulshire High School boys team. All right, so here's what they wrote. Coach is absolutely the best coach Fulshire High School has ever had. Last year, the basketball record was 4-12, 4 wins, 12 losses. And the year before was 5-11, 5 wins, 11 losses. Bringing Coach to our school gave us a record of 12 wins and 2 losses. Not only that, but we made it to the playoffs, thanks to Coach. Coach broke the record for most non-district wins in Fulshire High School basketball. And he broke the record for most district wins in Fulshire boys basketball, becoming the first coach for the Fulshire High School boys basketball program to take this team to the playoffs. Us players have a good relationship with him, off the court. But the best part was our relationship with Coach on the court. Playing a sport we all love. And you took that from us. The principal and the athletic director had the authority to take disciplinary actions, maybe give a warning, give a coaching, or a termination. They chose to fire the head coach. Let's not forget that this is not the first time a UIL rule was broken by a Fulshire High School coach. Most recently, another coach was suspended for breaking a UIL rule. Yet, that coach did not get fired like our coach did. Do the standards apply to all equally? ? We feel betrayed by those that are supposed to be our mentors and role model. Now we hope that their leaders will take the proper actions in this case and bring our coach back. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tim Goodwin.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Timothy Goodwin. I'm a parent at Fulshire High School where my son plays basketball. I stand here before you today to ask among corrective actions the immediate reinstatement of Coach Cunningham as the head basketball coach for Fulshire High School, who was removed unjustly and without due process. This removal due to a handful of parents hoping to overpower the authority of their head coach, aided by an LCD employee, is just terrible. I witnessed the positive impact Coach Cunningham provided not only to my son, but the entire basketball team. He pushed the athletes to work hard, have integrity, work as a team, excel academically, requiring them to have a B just to play. On the issue of the UIL violation, there were no violations regarding the number of hours athletes were allowed to work during the time of 2022. I was actually present at a lot of those workouts. This was an open gym. Not only was Fulshear students, there were Foster students, there were students from all over. It was broadcast, where anybody who wanted to play basketball had an opportunity to play basketball during the summer. But he did more than that. During that summer, he, did yoga. A lot of kids never did yoga before. He, got everyone to read this book, The Power of Leadership. I mean, this isn't someone who deserves to be fired. Because of Coach Cunningham, tonight, unfortunately, we're missing our varsity basketball game, but my son said this is way more important. I firmly ask the board to provide corrective action in this matter, including the reinstatement of Coach Cunningham. This should also say, President, that no coach should be removed just because a parent is unhappy with their child's progress. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Kim Bookman.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kimberly Bookman, and I would like to speak on the removal of Coach Cunningham, the previous head basketball coach of Fulshear High School as well. I would like to speak specifically in regards to the impact to our athletes. From a quantitative standpoint, Coach Cunningham turned the men's basketball program around, as my fellow parents have mentioned, where last year we were at a 4-12 record, and this year, the district, we are at 12-2. But that plays out based on a qualitative side of things. This was all achievable due to Coach Cunningham's ability to forge relationships of trust with his athletes. He accomplished this via team bonding with voluntary activities such as the book club. As Tim just mentioned, it's called The Power of a Positive Team by John Gordon, having team dinners, bowling, and yoga. Who hears of men's basketball teams doing that? But these young men, they enjoyed it. It was because of the relationship that he started to build with them from the ground up. Additionally, Coach Cunningham served as a positive role model, not only to the varsity team members, but the sub-varsity teams as well. He strove to bring out not only the best athletically in our athletes, but he had a passion for developing our young men to be future leaders, which is what we want. We don't want kids here today that want to do half work, be rewarded for things that they shouldn't be rewarded for because they didn't put the effort in. A lot of times now, I hate it when I'm at work now and someone comes in, they think they've been there for 6 months and they should be promoted already. So that's, you're setting your children up for failure when you're doing that. Additionally, I would like to state that he's focused on the student athlete. Looking at the first word, the former word, student, not just the athlete portion of the student. And in summary, I would just like to say Coach Cunningham has a passion for people. He identifies a plan for the athlete's success, and he knows how to drive the results for that success. In closing, I would like to respectfully ask that the board implement the following after fair review of all the facts. Reverse the decision and reinstate Coach Cunningham as head basketball coach for Fulshear High School. Make it a requirement that all coaches, regardless of tenure, be required to participate in UIL training. So that way, things of this nature won't occur in the future. Athletes won't be punished for things that they don't read these rules. They don't read all the codes for the UIL. So having all the staff members, coaching staff members trained will help alleviate this issue in the future. And also provide Coach Cunningham with a mentor, since this was his first year coming on board to the district, as well as any other first-year coaches. And lastly, please note that the lack of representation that you see here today is because our district playoffs are taking place as we speak right now. And most of the parents are there to ensure that our young men are being supported and represented there at Fulshear High School as well. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Our next speaker is Sierra Cunningham.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sierra Cunningham, and I'm actually the wife of Jeremy Cunningham, the basketball coach that was wrongly removed. I want to talk about the man that he is and the things that he does behind the scenes that no one talks about or no one sees. My husband would stay up till midnight, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, reading books, going over film, trying to come up with things to be a better leader for the program and to make sure these young men are successful, which is why they have been this year. In the short time that we've been here and he's been appointed the head coach since August. He gets up at 4:30 in the mornings. Practice was at 6. He made sure that the kids that didn't have rides, he would go and personally pick them up when their parents were not able to get them there. That is a true leader. That is someone that you want. And to me, that is what LCISD says they represent and what they want in their school. It's not fair that it's hurtful because he had no administration on his side. They allowed parents that were upset over playing time or whatever to come and drive their decision, and that's not fair. He is a leader. He is a man of God. He is someone that was teaching these young men. It was bigger than basketball for him. Still to this day, we go to the games, even after January 23rd when he was wrongfully removed. We still go and support those young men. They still reach out to him and ask him for advice, and he's still supporting them and encouraging them to keep going, keep pushing, despite what he's going through each and every day. My children attend Fulshire High School. It's embarrassing to them. They have to walk these halls every day and listen at all the false accusations and rumors that have been put out about their father. It's not right, it's not fair, and like I said, it's hurtful. So I ask you, the board, to fully investigate this, as well as the people that made this decision and thought that it was okay to make a decision like this. He was never written up. He was never anything. He was completely blindsided the morning of January 23rd when this took place. So I ask that you guys reinstate my husband, not just because he's my husband, but because he's what these young men need. Just because he holds them accountable and he's passionate about them being great young men on and off the court, that should be rewarded, not punished. He was given 5 months to turn this program around. That's it. And guess what? He did it. He was successful. He has built relationship with those kids. And that's why you see the parent support that we have here today, not just my husband and I. So I ask that you just take the time to listen at all the facts, listen at these parents today, these kids. They wanted to be here. But they couldn't be because they chose to have a playoff game tonight, which they could have had it yesterday. But that's okay. I ask that you guys just take the time to fully investigate the situation and reinstate my husband if you want a true leader and a great man to help the next generation. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lori Jackson.
Good evening, everyone. I am here on behalf of Coach Cunningham as well, Fulshire High School. I have you guys spoke earlier about DECA, by the way. I was the DECA in Fort Bend with my husband, which is how we met. But we have raised 2 kids in Lamar Consolidated. When we moved to the district, we had a 2nd grader and a 2-year-old. My 2nd grader at the time is now 22, and my 2nd grader was under coach. He plays basketball. So we were really excited when we saw that there was a new coach. There was just this new effort to get things going again. We had a meeting. Coach, he kind of put down the law. Here's what I'm going to expect. Parents don't try to coach the kids. He gave us instructions on how to support our children, but to be there for the games. And in that first meeting, we started talking about raising money. And I don't think there's a number prior, I don't know what that number would be, but we raised almost $30,000, I think, because Coach asked us to. We went out and started doing what we needed to do because there were certain things we wanted to do for the boys, like get them shoes or whatever that was. But that's the power that he had, not just over the boys, but the respect that he got from the parents in our first meeting. And so we were one of those parents that started, we're at every game because we saw what the boys were doing. Joshua started, I'm sorry that I think I'm not supposed to say names, but that's my son, started to do really well. Like the getting up in the morning at the time, as parents, we put things off. And going to get his driver's license at 16 was on the list to do. But this basketball was so important to Joshua, we made sure we got that done. And I started to tell the other parents, he wakes up in the morning now like a 40-year-old man, like with his bag. He's never late. The one thing Coach says is he's there every morning in that parking spot and dressed. Because my husband was taking him that early. And Joshua was like, Dad, we gotta go. My point is, the kids really started to respect what this new leader was doing for them. You're gonna always have parents, because again, I've been in the district a long time. So in Fulshire, we were at Huggins Elementary. I've been with some of these parents for a long time. You learn what you're gonna do, who you're gonna talk with, and mind your own business. But I've seen these faces a while. We are, as a society, we don't necessarily let our children start to see what it's like to fail, to win. If you can't play every single game, that's what you've got to work on. You don't really get to go say, the coach doesn't like me. And unfortunately, we let these little teams get together and start planning. And I'm not telling you what I think. I was there when I heard people say, are you going to be at the meeting in the morning? What meeting? What meeting with the principal to talk about the coach? For what? So it was just unreal that they were starting to put these plans together to remove this man who's moved his entire family from Bryan area here to coach our boys. And now because we don't like what he's doing, we're gonna remove him? What happened to the meetings? We all got that meeting, that email that morning saying the coach has been removed. And we were shocked. We were really shocked. Like, how did this, we didn't hear about it. We didn't know this was gonna happen. And that evening, I'm sure the school may have gotten a lot of calls because they decide we're gonna have a parent meeting. But that was to check a box. The arrogance in that room for that parent meeting, as though they were doing us a favor. As a matter of fact, they said, we don't have to have this. So why even call a meeting to tell us that you're removing the coach without telling us why, and then tell us you don't have to have it? It was the most condescending, it was just this, we're giving you guys a platform to speak, and they did it, really. And I won't use names, but the male coach that was there that supposedly cursed our kids out when they were so upset about the coach being removed, stood there and said, those weren't the words that I used. Those kids who were sitting in the back of that room said he is a liar. He is a liar. They know exactly what he said. But those kids have to go to school with him. So they don't want the retaliation of opening their, coming to saying, Mr. Principal, this is what happened. I won't even use the words that they said. And what's important about that is the same thing was said from different students that are not even around each other. So as parents, that takes us to a whole nother level of what we want to address with the school. And so going up there for them to give us that attitude, like they were doing us a favor, really set us back. So what we are asking for is that you guys reopen that case or that investigation, because we asked, can we go to the district? Who do we talk
Thank
to
you,
about
ma'am.
this? This decision was made already.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Melanie Parker.
Good evening. Whew. It's a cruel, really cruel world that we live in currently, and every day as parents, we hope and pray we're doing the right things for our children. that we're teaching them the right things. We hope and pray their teachers and coaches are positive influences to them and they feel safe, both physically and emotionally. Single moms, such as I, pray for a good male role model in their son's life. And we had that. We had that with Coach Cunningham. He's the kind of role model that you only hope you will be lucky enough to find. And now he's been removed from their everyday school life. For some, school may be the only stable environment these boys experience. You've heard a lot and have likely read a lot from the written complaint forms that many parents have taken the time to complete and deliver to the board. The timing, the reasoning, and result of the situation has negatively impacted several dozen LCISD students and their families. Our sons have expressed their feelings about this to us. Unfortunately, for fear of retaliation, many athletes have stated they are not willing to go on record about the events of that day. No one should ever, ever feel like they cannot stand up for what is right, ever. The message being sent to our students after Coach's removal came from someone that should have been there to support the boys and have some empathy towards them rather than revealing his condescending, uncaring, foul mouth as an acceptable approach. This behavior from another coach has proven that being structured, involved, and encouraging adults such as Coach Cunningham is punishable in the eyes of the district. It is our belief that the removal of Coach Cunningham was retaliatory, biased, and motivated by less than honorable goals. This has become a stain on the wonderful season these players have experienced and achieved under the leadership of Coach Cunningham. Yet through all of this, the students have demonstrated more emotional maturity and professional acumen than the district employees involved in the situation. If you examine the facts of the situation, you're going to find Coach Cunningham, his contract did not begin until August of 2023. The alleged violation, one UIL violation, not three, one, occurred prior in July. There is a potential UIL violation by the campus athletic coordinator and district athletic director that should be addressed and investigated as well. Unauthorized virtual meetings were held between parents and the campus athletic coordinator to discuss steps to be taken to have the coach removed. A Fulshear High School science teacher and basketball parent liaison guided and colluded with the disgruntled parents on how to handle their grievance to not sound whiny in the virtual meeting. And she also participated. Proper steps were not taken in the removal of Coach Cunningham. No prior write-ups, no UIL training related to the LCISD district, and no formal counseling on alleged infractions leading up to his removal. What the parents would like to see, and I know you've heard this already, many have spoken it, and I want to say it again. The reinstatement of Coach Cunningham as the head basketball coach at Fulshear High School. All wins for the 2022-23 basketball season to be awarded to coach upon reinstatement. All coaches, regardless of tenure or sport, be required to attend UIL training. Coach be provided with a coaching mentor from LCISD, and safeguards in place to ensure there is no retaliation against coach upon reinstatement. And Dr. Nevins, I'd like to quote you from the meeting last month, and I really like what you said. In LCISD, we work with integrity and character, because if we don't, our kids watch us do wrong. We want to be the model for them in everything.
Thank you, ma'am.
That is all, Mr. President.
All right. We've been going for about an hour and 45 minutes, so we're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back at 8:20.
David back there?
All right, we're back. It's 8:20 PM. At this time, we'll take action on the consent agenda. Are there any items that the board would like to pull at this time? May I have a motion to approve the current consent agenda? Ms. Williams moves. Mr. Welch seconds. Any discussion? Hearing none, I call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, at this time, we'll take action on the action items. Dr. Nivens.
All right, board, we have Ms. Cole-Hamilton and Mr. Buchanan here to talk about our next action item.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Dr. Nivens. Tonight, we wanted to have a brief discussion about the proposed bus tiers in school hours. Just a refresher, we've been talking about this since October, about the 4-tier bus system, allowing us to split our elementary schools into 2 groups, A and B, middle school, junior high, and then our high school. This will allow us to not eliminate any routes. And then our elementary schools will be broken down into color tracks. There has been a revision to this because we've added Gray Elementary because it has not been in there since October. So if you'll notice on the silver track, Gray Elementary will be in bus tier B when we start looking at our elementary schools when we begin our discussion. So Ms. Cole-Hamilton will go through our survey results.
Thank you. Okay, we recognize this is a significant shift for our school community, so getting feedback from all stakeholder groups is very important. Our survey window was open from December 1st through January 6th, and as you can see, we directly emailed the survey to over 70,000 of our stakeholders, and we received more than 18,000 responses. Last year, we closed the school calendar survey with about 6,000 responses, so we've tripled our response rate on this. So now let's jump and look at these survey results. Parents, staff, and students had the opportunity to consider 3 different options. Option A, B, and C, which are below. Option A had high school starting first, then having elementary go second, and ending the 4th tier with middle and junior high. Option B had our secondary students going first, high school, then middle and junior high, and ending with elementary groups. And then option C started with elementary groups, then high school, then middle and junior high. So for parents, option C received the most votes as its #1 ranking. You'll see 4,408 parents preferred option C as their #1 ranking. For staff, option C also received the most votes as its #1 ranking, coming in at 1,051. However, for students, option B received the most votes for its #1 ranking. So in looking at the data, it would appear that majority of the voters ranked option C as #1 as it received the most total overall votes. Keeping that in mind, administration built out some examples for what an option C schedule could look like. We did a 7:30 a.m. start time and a 7:15 a.m. start time. We did a 7:30 start time because that is currently what time our system starts. Right now, elementary students go to school from 7:30 a.m. to 2:55 p.m., and our secondary students go to school from 8:15 to 3:40. Now, looking at example 2, starting at 7:15, with an option C model, this is the least change for our system. So right now, if students start at 7:30, this would only be a 15-minute difference whether the student is starting at the 7:15 time or the 7:45 time. For the high school students, it's a 10-minute difference. And the biggest challenge would be whomever is on the 4th tier, which would be our middle and junior high students. But this is our smallest group of students. We've got about 9,400 students district-wide who are in grades 6th through 8th. And this is also the smallest length of time, only 3 years. Keeping option C as a model, looking at 7:30, we're looking at a 0 change for elementary group A. However, for elementary group B, it'd be a 30-minute difference. For our high schoolers, a 25-minute difference. And then for our middle and junior high students, it'd be an hour and 5-minute difference. Now, option C received the most votes. We built that out. However, as a result of a trustee request, we did build out what it would look like if we went with option B, since our students did resoundingly prefer option B. And so again, you can see what it would look like with a 7:30 start time versus a 7:15 start time. And so while option B reps the greatest change, it is ranked #1 as a preferred student option. Trustees, at this time, you can consider these two options, but before you do that, we do have some additional information regarding looking at what this looks like with bus stops.
So what we did was we took our silver track, which goes out from Kendleton and then goes also into the southern part of our district. It has both long rural routes along with condensed neighborhood routes to build out an option C at 715 to see what that would look like, comparable. Again, this is estimated because we had to rebuild all the routes in our pickups and drop-offs. So right now, our earliest pickup time for an elementary school student is 6:11 in our silver track. In a four-tier system, that would move to 6:07, even with it starting 15 minutes earlier. But our average ride time for an elementary school student would drop from 30 minutes to 25. The average time our bilingual program bus student would be on the bus would drop from 49 to 38. Then we looked at our secondary routes. So currently it'd be 6:08, it would move to 6:32, and then our average ride time on the bus would go from 35 minutes to 30 minutes. So other than the one time where elementary school route, and it is just one route that shifts that later, it's a longer route, it looks like it would shrink, this four-tier system, based on this option, would shrink the amount of time our students are on the bus and the time that we'd have to pick them up as well. Are there any questions about the start times?
Do you know what percentage of students actually ride the bus and that utilize our transportation?
I know that it's over 50%. It's between 50 and 55% of our students. So I think we're transporting anywhere between 21 to 24,000 students a day on our bus system.
I just wanted to, if there are any parents or community members that are tuning in for the first time, we've discussed this numerous times in board meetings. And I'm going to try to just crystallize the reasoning behind this and then jump in if I'm missing anything or if I get anything wrong. We're in a two-tier system right now. Every other area school district and most school districts that are our size or larger are at either 3, 4, or 5 tiers. The reason is that it allows us to essentially, we've had a very difficult time getting bus drivers, especially with the economy. The better the economy is, the more difficult it is to get bus drivers. Despite the best efforts of the transportation department in providing incentives and training, it's been difficult. And so as a result, what a lot of our students and parents are facing is what we've termed comeback routes, which is where the bus, say in the morning, picks up kids, goes to the school, goes back to the neighborhood, picks up more kids, goes back. Kids are coming to school late, and then in the afternoon, we're having to do that again, 2 or 3 routes with the same bus driver at the same school, and then kids are getting home very late. So as we first started to discuss this, one of my questions was, is this going to eliminate that, meaning kids are going to be on the bus less, they're going to show up at school on time, and they're going to get home at a more reasonable hour? And the answer was?
Yes, what we've built out from the silver track. The other thing I would like to tell the Board of Trustees, the silver track currently needs 24 bus drivers to show up daily to be able to run those routes without a comeback route. We only have 20 drivers to run those routes currently. So we have 4 comeback routes within that silver track system. Based on the 4-tier model, we'll only need 18 bus drivers to drive the same routes in a 4-tier system. So currently, everything that we have planned out is we have 2 flex drivers for that track in case there's absences, sickness within our bus drivers, to be able to make up that without having to pull people to fill those spots.
All right, thank you. Ms. Williams?
Yeah, can we put it back on the slides where you have the actual times?
C or D?
I guess we're going to have the discussion and bring this back up with the slides.
We could
When we talk
discuss
about it, or we do it?
now. We could either somebody can either make a motion now and then we can discuss, or we just have the presentation so we can discuss it now as well.
You want to do it now?
Sure.
Okay. Did you say something?
Well, I had some questions for Mr. Buchanan and myself, so.
Okay, perfect. I do too, so you go ahead.
Somebody today who was looking at this asked me a question that we have addressed in this boardroom in the last couple of months, and I wanted you to handle it or address it again. The question was, we currently have a within a half a mile pickup zone of schools, we transport students. Is that right? Anything outside of a half a mile, is that correct?
That is correct. And well, I would say that is our parameters, but some of them, we have some hazardous locations that we transport within that half mile because it's too hazardous. They'd have to cross like a 6-lane, they'd have to go underneath the highway, something like that. It's too dangerous for a student to be able to walk there currently.
And at some point, we had the question of what if we expanded that to 1 mile out? Would that require us to go to 4 start times as well?
So what we looked at was last year, we're transporting 3,000 more students this year than we did last year. Last spring, we looking at that model of going out as far as 2 miles. When we looked at going out to 1 mile, it would drop 2 bus routes, drivers. And we would roughly impact about, I think it was 4,500 students. So 4,500 students would lose transportation, and we'd only lose 2 bus drivers in eliminating those routes. If we went out to 2 miles, it jumped up to 12,000 students that we'd lose transportation, and we'd only effectively lose 4 bus driving positions in doing that.
So it really wouldn't.
Have zero effect in the grand scheme of things. When we would just stay right here and just increasing the mileage that we would go out from the campuses.
Can we, we're on the screen. I personally, I have no care about when the various things start. I'm truly wanting the public's opinion on this. I'm wanting to represent what the public wants. If we look at A and B, I think that we might not be looking at this correctly because C did get the most votes, but we split the interest of A and B for the high school start time. So we have 7,081 parents that actually voted for high school to start first, if you look at the A and B. We didn't have a C start time with the D start time. So if we're going to just say that C had the most parents vote for it, I think it would be more accurate to say, well, more parents voted with the combination of A and B for high school to begin first. Am I seeing that correctly? Joe, you brought that up at one point. Yes, and students.
I think you're right about the part where the high school is starting first, but then there's also the fact that the elementary and the middle and junior high, I think that that's important too, though, because on option B, you've got elementary school not just starting slightly after high school, but they're starting at 9 o'clock. I think if we can go to
Can you
the
move to that?
previous.
Yeah.
They would be starting
Which one?
on option B. They would be starting either at 8:35 or 9:05. Some of those students would be getting home at 4:30. So, I mean, if you go to option A,
I mean, somebody's going to get home, someone's going to get out of school at 4:30 no matter what we do.
right.
And so with the travel time of them getting out at 4:30, you could have a kindergartner coming home around 5-ish.
Or later.
Can you go to the
If that's,
gray element, the silver track, second to last slide? Right there. So if you figured if they were getting out at 4:30, you figure 5 minutes to load the bus, they'd be at 4:35. So the average time they would be on a bus would be getting home at 5 o'clock. That's the average. So there'll be some getting home earlier or later than that.
I mean, is that a, I mean, I'm asking.
I have kids that are in all three different ranges, elementary, junior high, and high school. And so for me as a dad, like, you know, if we were to ride the bus, all that, getting home at 5, that would, it bothers me right there.
I think one of the other ways we could look at it is the high school kids would start earlier and they would be available for after-school care for their siblings that they currently are not able to do. Especially if we change to 4 and we put them getting out later.
Combination of things that you could throw into the category as well, either available for their siblings. I mentioned in the last meeting the extracurricular activities and the amount of time that takes in the evenings that they would, hopefully be able to wrap up in a much earlier hour. I mean, a lot of these high school kids, they miss the last 3 periods of a day on game day for travel. Whereas with these start times, assuming that the game time starts are the same, they'd be able to remain in class, with most of these kids being, well, I mean, they're all high school kids, so they're all transitioning either into a career, higher education, or even the military. So I think that added instructional time would need to be included in this discussion as well. Along with, you've got kids that are in co-op, high school kids that are in co-op. I mean, they go to school a half day. That would actually enable those kids to actually work a little bit longer in the afternoons, to further their skill, craft, whatever. When you look at the times that these kids get home in the evenings, to your point, yes, somebody's got to get off the bus at 5 o'clock, whether it's junior high or high school, but you pull into a high school parking lot at 9:30 or 10 o'clock on any night of the week, it's full.
Would that change with the earlier start time? Probably not with games and all
Well, I
that.
mean-
They won't move the varsity game up till 5.
I mean, that'd be a question for, I guess, athletics, but, if all of the schools that we play in district all have early start times, which I think we're the only district around us that does not, our high schools don't start in the 7 o'clock, early 7 o'clock hour. I think we would be the only ones holding anything up.
So my thoughts, this is really difficult because every time you bring up one of the advantages, I had a difficult time with it because there's an equal disadvantage or, if you say high school should start earlier, there's something that's an advantage on the elementary side as well if you pick another option. So when you said kids could come home and they can take care of siblings in the afternoon, I'm thinking about parents that perhaps need to drive to work or they need to go into Houston and they're leaving the older kids in charge of the younger kids, so that way the younger kids can get on the bus earlier in the morning. And then, an hour later, then the high school students would go. That's not going to be a possibility anymore because the high schoolers would be starting early. So those parents would need to get childcare in the morning or figure out some other arrangements. So they might be able to help watch them in the afternoon, but they're not going to necessarily, they're still going to need some help in the morning. And then I totally get, and I agree with you on, Joe, the fact that kids are missing academic time and, I'd like them to not have to stay at practice until late. The flip side of that argument is that kids that aren't in sports or extracurricular activities, the earlier they're getting out of school, the more opportunity there is to find things to do, idle hands. And I think for that reason, there's a lot of schools that do have high schoolers that get out of school a little bit later. So it's a really tough decision. My thinking on it is these are two discrete issues. The first is what time do we start school? And really the two options in front of us are 7:15 or 7:30. To me, it makes sense to do 7:15 because when we first started this process, we were talking about 7 o'clock.
Right.
And thankfully, the administration figured out a way to get that to not be a 30-minute jump, but to be a 15-minute jump. And that also minimizes the amount of disruption to the current schedule that students have now. So 15 minutes, I think, is a compromise that we'll just have to live with. And then the second issue is option A, B, or C. I like the idea of continuing with option C, with elementary starting first, and then high school, and then middle and junior high. The main reason for me, as a parent of 3 kids that are in elementary school, is my kids, when they wake up, they're ready to go, and they hop out the door, they get in school, they're ready. I remember when we first got on the board and got to ride the bus and see how the buses worked, and you could see the difference in the morning, and it's backed up by, you know, the scientific articles and stuff that folks have sent me. It's a lot more difficult for high schoolers to get going in the morning, and they're better ready for school if they get a little bit more sleep and they get started a little bit earlier. So I think it's backed up, you know, the science backs up the fact, I think our elementary schools should be starting earlier, and then our older kids should be starting, so. That's,
What do you say about the more parents wanted A and B, the earlier start time, when you combine the two? So we split that, and we didn't split the C. Does that?
Can you go back to slide? Thank you.
yeah, I mean, no, I hear you. I wish that we did split the C, but we didn't. So we have the information we have. I don't know if they're completely apples and, you know, I think there's definitely some distinctions there. But I certainly understand that, you know, some parents wanted high school to start earlier. I just disagree.
With option B, with the thought that the admin and the team has put together, has there been any thought about before-school care for elementary students, or will our staff, because they're the amazing staff that they are, will they take that on a per-school basis, or is there any thought about that?
Potentially. As we've said, we've been discussing this since October, so we've been talking to campus leaders about it and encouraging them to come up with a plan. Not personally heard it yet, but that is a campus decision. Yes, sir.
So to be clear, I've spoken to most elementary principals about it, and they're open to, you know, having this staff come in early for parents to drop off students a little bit earlier. And so, you know, they'll be flexible. Not too early, but, you know, they'll be flexible, because then we run into overtime pay, things like that.
Would that be a fee-based program, or would that be?
We haven't gotten that deep in the conversation yet.
Because I don't want to prevent some financial burden on some of our families as well. We're saying, okay, now you got to find out before school care.
You know, we haven't gone that deep in the conversation.
I have a question. And I don't mean to keep going back to athletics, but I know of two coaches that I guess are junior high teachers, but coach at the high school level. How does that work with middle school and junior high going later than high school? I mean, I assume there's something.
If we were to split our high school and junior highs, then we will lose some of that resource that we have currently. We have some high school coaches who are elementary school teachers at a couple of our campuses. So that is something we've already started to talk about, how we can handle that. Look for opportunities to still keep them involved and perhaps practice before school, depending on what's selected tonight. But it would definitely change some of that overlap from one campus to the next. And to answer your earlier question, our start time will still be 4:30 for sub-varsity games for everything other than football. That's what it is.
Can you say that again, please?
I can. Currently, our district games start at 4:30. We've had to ask Fort Bend ISD to wait for us. When they play other Fort Bend teams, they start at 4. So we start all of our games at 4:30 other than varsity football. And then we run sub-varsity to varsity that direction. And currently, that does result in our athletes on football game days. It could be fine arts as well, cheer, drill, marching band, that have to miss class, as well as some of their instructors, in order to get to those contests, if they're, depending on where in Houston they are.
With the difficulties that we're gonna have in the near future due to the fact that the bond didn't pass for the stadium, would this help at all? Would that ease some of the scheduling in any ways?
It won't ease the scheduling at the stadium.
Just
Whether we
curious.
play there at 4, 4:30, or 5, it's still the one stadium that we've got to play at.
I forgot to mention as we were discussing is Ms. Danziger is out of town, so she wasn't able to be here. She did ask that I communicate to the board that on this issue that she said she recognizes that she's not here, and that if high school, if it is determined that option A or option B is selected, she would understand, but that she would be in favor of elementary starting first. Do you have a comment?
In other words, she would be in favor of A?
She would be in favor of C, is what I took from that. She didn't specifically say that, but she
I
said.
thought you said if A or B, then elementary
She would
start.
understand, but she's in favor of
She said she understands.
Gotcha.
A and B, there are some advantages, and she would understand if the board takes that route, but she would be in favor of C, is what I took away from what she sent me.
And we don't have a calendar option for A, like that.
So if you were to look at the start times, could you go to option B? So if you would look at option B there, the middle school, junior high would go to the 9:05. The only difference would be instead of 8:35, for the third tier would be 8:25. So it'd be elementary school A, elementary school B at 8:25, and then middle school, junior high would start at 9:05.
I really like A with the 7:15 start time, and this is why. Because if you combine the parent, to me, the parents weigh the most here. So we have over 7,000 parents that want high school to start first. If you go and you compare to option A with option C on the staff weighs second in my mind. You have more of the staff that wanted C than A, but the parents kind of, there's a lot more parents. And then, God bless the students, but they're minors, and I'd like to listen to the adults in our district more than the minors whenever we're making big decisions like this. So I think A would be the best representation of the parents out there and the staff.
I disagree. I don't necessarily give the students as much weight as the parents, but I think the students should have a voice. And I don't think you can ignore the fact that, like we said a while ago, you can combine A and B. And the numbers far outweigh C, so I don't even think C should be an option at this point. I mean, if we can ignore the survey, then why even do it?
Well,
It makes the most sense to keep junior high and high school together, whether you do them late or early. Splitting them like that, to me, just because they share everything. Teachers, students, get junior high kids going to high school classes.
So you're in favor of B, is that?
I am.
Mr. Lambert?
I need some Tums. This is what, I mean, it's literally one of those decisions that it's gonna benefit some, people are gonna burn you at the stake afterwards, you know, you're gonna be praised and, I mean, the students that I have had the privilege of serving through Mercy Goods and all that, like, I mean, these are the students that go to work. These are the ones that provide for their families, and I realize them going to school earlier will allow them the opportunity to take care of their brothers and sisters and help put food on the table and all that kind of stuff. But then having a kindergartner get home at 5 o'clock, and then that kind of takes away the argument of those high schoolers can take care of those siblings before the parents get home from school, because the kids are getting home at the same time the parents are getting home from school. But then who's gonna watch those kids in the morning, those elementary school, that, you know, kindergartner or that first grader up until 9 o'clock?
Well, option A, they don't have to start that late.
Right.
I mean, and we have to keep in mind, though, that this is not, you know, we would not be the first districts
Right.
in the area doing this. So other parents in other districts right around us
Absolutely.
have already adjusted to those things as well.
Yeah, those districts are closer to B.
Closer to what?
B on their schedule.
I told you, we need Tums.
All right, well, we don't have a motion currently. Does anybody have a motion to make?
I'll make a motion. take, I feel like this is Clue. It was like Mr. Mustard with the weapon in this certain room. I'm going to say the option A with the 7:15 start time is, that's my motion.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay. Motion fails for lack of a second. How about this? I'll make a motion that we adopt the 7:15 a.m. start time.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Quick discussion.
Sure, of course.
Do any of these options with these example start time and end times require, 'cause this is something that was mentioned, require, can we do it without being a DOI district?
Yes, sir, this
Okay.
is an impact.
Well, that was an email we got, so just wanted to make that clear.
Any further discussion? All right, hearing none, call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Just on
7:15.
7:15
Okay. That,
So now we have our start
that
time.
carries. All right, now we just have option A, B, or C.
Well, we already, A 7:15 failed, so we don't.
I move to approve option C. Okay, that motion fails
There
for
we go.
lack of a second.
I'll make a motion for option B.
I heard wait. Did you have a question?
I'm gonna second that. I second that motion.
Which,
C.
for C? Okay.
Wait.
There-
What?
that-
Sorry.
that-
What happened?
So that motion,
I thought the motion
Failed.
failed.
Sorry. I thought.
that's okay.
Just-
I was,
Catch up, Joy.
So I will I will move that we accept option C. Is there a second?
I second.
You have a motion pending. Okay. So that
he
was,
has a motion pending on adopting option B, is that correct? I will second that motion.
okay. So my motion was an improper motion. Mr. Kubenak moves option B.
And
Boy.
Mr. Welch seconds. Is there any discussion?
So can we only discuss option B or just discuss?
discuss it all.
Discuss it all.
I guess my thing is, I mean, I'm so torn and I don't have skin in the game on this. And so my thing is, I feel very strongly about going with the survey. Can you go back, sorry, I know we keep flipping to the, yes, thank you. I realize that, like, I understand, like, combining different things and whatnot, but option A and option B, I don't know that people didn't vote for the middle school versus being second and middle school being last. I can't, without having an option D, or every single, I guess, option that has every formula in it, I feel obligated to go with option C because it got the most votes. And I don't know the totals is the most. Am I right? Who just said it didn't?
Well,
We don't need to entertain comments from the audience. It was not a trustee that said it
Okay.
didn't.
So according to this survey, the totals, option C got the most votes. Am I right?
Correct.
individually, more parents and staff voted for.
At
Well,
the
I'm sorry,
highlighted
parents.
number says totals, option C, the most people voted for option C. Am I right?
Yeah,
Correct?
Technically, you're correct, but I feel that that's a little misleading, and that's my argument. Is that the parents split on high school starting first, and we have 7,000 parents over 4,400 parents. 7,000 thought the high school should start first.
Or they thought middle school should be different than the other slot. So we don't know that it was all based on high school. Am I right? Because they're not exactly the same. So that's where my thing is not apples to apples. Some might have been looking at the middle school versus the high school. So I can't say that it was all based on the high school.
Right, but when they did vote, they did see the high school would be starting first.
But if
So-
I'm a middle schooler, I'm not, or element, you know what I'm saying? Like, we don't know what everybody was looking at.
I hear what you're saying.
That's what I'm gonna base mine off of, is it's not apples to apples, and it's not just about high school, because it's not the same. And so I'm saying that the most votes, if we're going off the most votes, option C wins. I appreciate both arguments, not arguments, all the
Points.
input, all the points. But that is why I feel that I cannot vote for option B, because I can't honestly say and assume that everybody, all the votes were based on high school and not the middle school and junior high moving to different spots, so.
Are we allowed to ask questions during this discussion?
Of course.
What is the report to work time for teachers, elementary teachers right now currently with our current start time? Right now,
That's probably going to take about 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock. And so if we go to a 7:15, their report to work time, contract time, 6:45.
We already approved that, Mr. Lamar.
I know, I'm just, I know.
Any further discussion? All right, hearing none, I call for the vote. All those in favor of option B, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Raise your hand, say no. No. Motion fails.
There we go.
All right, I'm
By default.
moved to approve option C. Is there a second?
This, I don't want to shine, I'm just, this is how I have to come to my conclusion based on the survey. Yes, I second.
There's a second. Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, I call for the vote. All those in favor of option C, raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Wow, Zach. Come on, Zach. Step into this, buddy.
Opposed?
It's very hard. but I have-
Opposed, opposed.
Opposed, say no.
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 Okay.
Joy.
Listen.
The motion carries 3-2.
So we have our schedule for next year, C at 7:15.
Correct.
At least it's a 7:15, right, Joe? You didn't want the 7.
All right. Do we have any other action items? Dr. Nivens?
All right, trustees, we now have informational items, and so we have Ms. Ludwig coming up. As Mr. Welch stated during his comments, we talked about the bond sale, which was an absolutely great day for Lamar CISD. The following week sold bonds and was a terrible time in the market. And so actually, we went out on a great time. So, Ms. Ludwig.
That is really the summary, and that's the high point. The timing was right. We were very worried about this for a lot of reasons. Volatile market, rising interest rates for months, and so we just didn't know, and plus a very large sale. So with that, just a quick review. The bond election was for $1.5 billion on November 8th. The board called for the order to sell the first installment of bonds in December. This will be the first of potentially 3 sales. It was a negotiated sale on February 8th, and negotiated just means that we sold the bonds with different maturities, different terms, different interest rates based on what the buyers in the market needed. We've used that method for many, many years. The proceeds are going to be used to finance projects in the 2022 bond referendum. The par amount of this issue was $636.36 million. The interest rates we achieved, true interest cost was actually 4.27%. And all of these bonds are callable in 10 years after February 15th of 2033. And at that point, we could potentially refinance them or refund them and get a better interest rate even than we have now. We're going to receive out of the sale $650 million for projects, $609 million being for Prop A projects, $24.5 million for Prop B, which was the CTE Center, and $16.8 million for Prop C technology. And that will actually be all of the Prop C authorization that we're selling, and it's going to have a shorter maturity. The repayment term will be 8 years, which more closely matches the life of the equipment. As you can see, the transaction is going to close on March 2nd, and the interest rates achieved are close to others, even considering the situation and the economic environment we're in right now. And with that, I can answer any questions.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Ludwig.
You're welcome.
All right, now, trustees, we have our demographer here, so I'll turn over to Mr. Buchanan. And we may need a little time for them to set up, I don't know, but go ahead, sir.
No, we're good. Good evening, Board of Trustees and Dr. Nivens. I'm going to introduce Dr. Stacy Tapera. She is with PASA to be able to present her demographer data, and she will also present her team that will be co-presenting with her.
Thank you. We are pleased to be back again this year. I'm Stacy Tapera. With me tonight is Justin Silhavi, and part of our team in the audience is Tiffany Thomas-Rogers and Joseph Moore. So tonight we are going to present a very condensed version of the big binder you have, as we do each year. Justin will start off talking about some of the background information, and then I'll wrap up at the end talking about how it impacts future schools.
All right, good evening. I have a little bit of a cold, so I hope that doesn't affect my speech here, but there we go. So I'm going to jump right into this. We have, you remain for the third consecutive year the school district with the most new single-family housing in the region and the state. It's a big deal. But I will try to be brief. There's a lot to go over. You have our usual thorough report right in front of you on your tables. So as usual, we start with a student geocode, a refresh every single year. With COVID and the volatility of student enrollment, it's important to note that because we have to kind of realign everything with students, withdrawing and coming back in. But basically, in little orange hot spots, those are neighborhoods that didn't exist a year ago. Polo Ranch is one of them that pops up there in the north. So we look at that and how it affects your existing enrollment and your trends. So with that, we also take a look at your averages. How many students on average live in these homes and apartments? And there are your numbers right there, 0.55 for single family, that's district-wide, and 0.37 for apartments. Look at the bottom though, I added this year a couple of, 3 districts nearby. And you can see how you kind of compare to those districts. In terms of apartments, every single district, Fort Bend, Katy, Cy-Fair, Lamar, all spot on the exact same number. But it differs a little bit with single family, but the average is you. You kind of are the average that I tell all my state districts 0.55. So that varies though by neighborhood. Those red neighborhoods you see there, a lot of those are newer neighborhoods built in the last 10 years, have ratios that are higher than 0.65, so 0.65 students per home. There are others that have lower ratios, so we factor that in as we move forward with our projections. This year, I do want to highlight a couple of charter schools that will impact your enrollment. They're all on the east side of the district. But first, look at this chart. You really didn't have a lot of charter growth in the area, except for the Harmony campuses up in the north. That's why you had about 200 students additional last year, or this year compared to last year going to charters. But look at that 5-year growth. you're going to lose, and you may not know you lose them because maybe they never even enrolled here, but in the next 5 years, we anticipate over 1,000 additional students to go to charter schools. And we've highlighted a couple of these on the map that we know of today. These are the red dots are what we know is about our schools that are about to open. And so you can see there in the Austin Elementary attendance zone, we have the IL Richmond campus. That campus will open in fall of 24, at least it's supposed to. And then the dot that's kind of outside the district in the white space, that's in Fort Bend ISD, that is the School of Science and Technology on West Belfort. So those two campuses will impact your district, particularly those attendance boundaries in the north. IL will open with K-8, and they open with about 1,000 students, and when they open full. So expect that one to be the biggest impact in 2024. The School of Science and Technology also opens pretty full every time they open a new campus, and that one will have about 600 students. So we expect those combined to have an impact on Lamar, maybe somewhere in the realm of 400 to 700 students. It's so hard to tell where they're going to market and pull from. So housing, of course, is really why we're here, right? We know that you're the biggest housing growth factor, or housing is your biggest growth factor. So for the next 10 years, 52,000 single-family homes are projected in over 200 developments, some of which haven't even started yet. But I have 3 bullet points here I want to talk about real quick. We had 7 subdivisions completed in 2022. Replacing them are 15 subdivisions that just broke ground. So a lot of new development is breaking ground right now when mortgage rates are at their highest in 15 years. So just note that builders aren't in a huge rush anymore. They were a year or two ago when mortgage rates were at 2%, but now they're at about 6 or over. But that second bullet point there talks about build-to-rent communities. There's a whole section in this report this year about build-to-rent. If you've heard of it, you know that it's basically single-family style homes that are built and rented all in mass. So they can be maybe a small little hybrid community that looks like a little cottage community, 8 to 10 units per acre. You're gonna see those start popping up soon if you are under construction. It can look like a regular single-family development. The first one is in Tamaron right now, over 250 homes. Half of them are now leased. So that is a way builders and developers are countering expensive homes and higher mortgage rates. So you have 7 now in this district. A year ago, we didn't know of any. One development I wanted to note is Starbridge. That's out between Beasley and Kennelton. It has broken ground. I know this district is very, very large. Many of you have no idea what's going on in one corner versus the other. I know I wouldn't, but unless I did this job. Land Tejas is developing phase 1, over 2,200 lots. That's at Doris Road and 59. So that's 15 miles from Brazos Town Center, just FYI. It's very far out there. But that is a very large community. They're working on the first 400 lots right now. They've got streets going in. So the blue bars here are your past occupancies, what we track. Notice how in 2020, those occupancies soared. And the same thing happened in 21. We were expecting this time frame, your occupancies to go up, but they did it even quicker because of those low mortgage rates. But it went down. You saw a decrease of over 12% in your actual occupancies from 21 to 22. And that's comparable to other districts we're working on right now, by the way, so it's happening everywhere. So we've kind of dropped the single-family projections for the next couple of years. We did that because of these mortgage rates. Builders are telling us they're putting fewer lots on the ground or starting fewer homes. We're seeing that happen. We're seeing in your data, you can read in chapter 2, a lot more houses that are available than they were a year ago. So that will continue through this year, but it's not gonna just disappear. People are still buying. So we expect the trend line to continue going up. Think of this 2-3 year period as just a little bit of correction. That's what I'm thinking of as. So when you look at the district as a whole in the short term, I've highlighted a couple of areas here. That northern area, I call it the North 359 corridor. So think of Cross Creek West, Tamaron West, Polo Ranch, that area, north of downtown Fulshire. In the next 5 years, we are projecting over 5,600 new homes to be occupied. 6 developments just broke ground in the last year in that corridor. The other circle in the south, I call that the Power Line Road corridor between 2218 and Mennonite Road. So that shows almost 3,000 occupancies projected in the next 5 years. 5 developments broke ground in that circle in the last year. No homes on the ground yet, though. And then I've highlighted Starbridge way down there in the southwest corner of the district. There are other big tracts of land that we're anticipating to break ground soon. Austin Point in the southeast is one of them by Signorelli, but they have not yet. Those build-to-rent communities are right here. You can read all about them in the report, but they're scattered around the district. And in the next 10 years, this is what the map of your district looks like. It's a hotspot map of housing occupancies. So all those planning units are our little geographies that we use here. They are shown in red if it's over 1,000 single-family homes projected to be occupied. So those are your hotspots, that 359 corridor and now the south. The southwest part of the district is really starting to boom. In terms of apartment development, last year you had 3 complexes leasing up or under construction. This year you have 12. That's where a lot of the growth is moving. So you can see where they're all located, and I put this map on here for one reason and one reason alone. They're in clusters. You've got one cluster up at Bel Air and Peak. If you've driven out there, it looks like a timber factory is going vertical. Another cluster is the Brazos Town Center area, and then the other cluster is the Fulshire area. So we project all these in green are under construction currently. The ones coming soon, we usually say they have a 50% chance of, or greater of actually going up. And we're seeing a lot more apartment development now that mortgage rates are higher. So this is what your projections look like 10 years out. You can see the green bars are single family and yellow is multifamily. Your yellow bars are really increasing. Now, new housing is your largest factor that we look into here, but other things affect these enrollment projections as well. Birth rates, kindergarten class sizes. Stacy will talk all about aging if you want her to, but new charter schools are 2 things in particular parts of the district that matter, and Stacy factors those into her projection she's about to talk to you about. We've assumed no more pandemic losses. We've just had to assume that's over. But your 3 scenarios of growth look like this. The dotted line is your moderate growth scenario. You've seen these before. You're at 42.4, and that was as of October. We always report to snapshot. That's your official tally. In 5 years, you could have over 57,000 students. Now, the low growth scenario could mean you have a lot more charter schools move into the district over time, more than we're even projecting. A higher growth scenario could mean mortgage rates decrease quicker than anticipated, and you have more big tracts of land develop quicker. We have 2 landowners that have over 10,000 acres in this district that are poised to develop as residential. So depending on exactly how quickly some of these big pieces of land actually develop, could be the difference between a higher and a lower growth scenario. Now, one thing to consider, I wrote down 3 things I want to talk about before Stacy takes over. We've been trending higher the last couple of years. This year we were, I think we trended around the high growth scenario, but be careful about that same thought over the next year or 2 because of these charter schools. That's bullet point 1. It's a wild card. Another is this mortgage rate situation we're in. We've already dampened our projections for housing, but we don't know exactly how it's going to play out yet. We're in the midst of it. Number 3, your pre-K had been growing at a rate of about 200 students a year for the last couple of years post-COVID. We're anticipating that to level out a bit. So your programmatic changes that you've had there, and then of course the full-day pre-K has been the cause of that. You'll start seeing pre-K growth become more like district growth, a little bit slower. So those are 3 points I did want to point out. So we are anticipating a little bit slower growth, you'll notice from the previous studies, just in the first couple of years because of those reasons. Here you go.
So adding on to that, one question we get often from districts is if our enrollment this year was closer to your high growth scenario, should we go with your high growth scenario in planning for next year? And our answer is always, every year is a reset. And we take all the information that we have available at the time and make a best guess estimate, and that is the moderate growth scenario. So I discourage you from assuming that the high growth scenario is better to follow short term. High growth is important for us to look at long term, but for short term decisions that need to be made immediately, we encourage you to follow the low growth scenario. So let's talk about moderate growth. I beg your pardon. Let's talk about students. All of those factors that Justin talked about briefly get rolled into this model. And I want to start on a big picture scale. So if we were to just divide the district into quadrants, the northwest quadrant, of course, everybody understands, everybody sees that happening, but I just want you to get an idea of the magnitude. We are projecting 7,600 additional new elementary students to occupy that yellow area, the northwest quadrant of the district, over the next 10 years. To put that in perspective with the whole district, that's 55% of all of the growth of the whole district is happening in that quadrant in the next 10 years. So now let's look specifically at different locations. This is another hotspot map like you saw before, but these are students projected to live in each of these attendance zones, planning units, excuse me. The red areas are planning units that are projected to grow by more than 400 elementary students each. So the hotspots that you see, of course, up in the top northwest are Tamaron West and Jordan Ranch and Cross Creek West, and all of those that Justin just talked about in the North 359 corridor. In the south is Starbridge and Brookwater, as well as Austin Point over on the southeast. But what does this mean for each elementary school? How does this relate to the elementary attendance zones? Well, of course, Lindsay and Tamaron and Huggins and Morgan up in the northwest are significantly impacted by these red hotspots, including also Bentley and down in the south, Thomas and Carter and Gray in the long term, as well as Beasley. Beasley attendance zone currently contains both of two of the biggest developments Justin talked about, Starbridge and Brookwater. So what does this look like holistically for each school? Well, each attendance zone here that's red is projected to gain over 1,000 elementary students in the next 10 years. The leader in growth is Huggins with 2,600 additional students over the next 10 years. All of the schools in the Northwest are red with 1,000 or more students, and Beasley and Gray in the South with over 1,000 students each. Now, this is over the 10-year period, and all of this growth is spread out temporally, short-term and long-term. It's all outlined in the report, but let's start right now on short-term and what the biggest issues are currently. So these are the projected number of resident students we anticipate will live in each of these attendance zones next fall, as of the snapshot date next October. There are some transfers that happen within schools, but these are resident students. So everything that's highlighted in light pink is projected to be over 120% of its capacity. And everything in dark pink is over 150% of its capacity. I just wanted to illustrate to you that even though you didn't see any hot spots of growth in Humanik, say, for example, that is one of the biggest focuses of current overcrowding now. And so these are the things that the administration is going to need to deal with on the short-term basis. And also note that 3 of these are in that northwest 359 corridor, Huggins, Lindsay, and Tamaron, and the other 3 are in the north central area, Humanik, Frost, and Bentley. Yes. So let's get back to long-term. What are we looking at as far as future schools? Well, thanks to the successful bond election, Proposition A, we've got 3 elementary schools scheduled for completion in 2024, all in the north and northwest, and hopefully 2 more to be opening in fall of 2025. The next 2 years are a mixture of north and south, with 3 elementary schools needed in 2026 and 2 elementary schools in 2028, in the north and the south. And then finally, in the end of this projection period, an additional 4 more elementary schools, 2 in the north and 2 in the south. So overall, we have a need for 7 new elementary schools in the far north, 3 in the central north, and 4 in the south. Do you remember what I told you about that quadrant being 55% of the growth? So that is 7 elementary schools up in the far north compared to 3 plus 4 in the rest of the district, about 50% of the growth. So let's talk about secondary. These are the feeder patterns with the projected resident students in each. These are the middle school and junior school numbers, but I will leave those in for your information, but we're going to talk about the high school feeders because it's just conceptually easier to understand. So, of course, leading the charge is Fulshear High School with 7,500 resident students projected in 10 years, followed by Randall with 4,300 students projected in 10 years. So what's the next step? Well, of course, with the successful bond election, we have the secondary complex number 7, hopefully slated to open in fall of 2025. That would be Tomas High School, Banks Junior High, and middle school number 7. Also in the north will be the needed next number 8, complex number 8, about 2 years later in 2027. And finally, in the south, those new developments that Justin talked about in the south will drive the need for relief for Randall and Terry by about the year 2030 or so. As a summary, this is a way for you and the administration to begin thinking about step by step and what could be needed. Now, please remember that this is based on one set of criteria, and that's number of students. And that's just one of many factors that goes into deciding when schools get built. And there are equally important other issues like financing and bond elections and so forth. So, please understand that this is our suggestion based on how many students are projected to live in each area and when a school could be utilized. But with that, we can take any questions.
Very extensive, just like every year you guys come here, and I will dig into this later. This is
Great.
A lot of information to consume. Is it still accurate to say, because I say this a lot to people, that we are the fastest growing school district in the state of Texas? Is that still accurate?
In terms of single-family housing, yes.
I always base that on the number of student growth. Is that not accurate?
No, not student growth.
Where would we rank? Because we're always in the top.
Houston Metro, you are 3rd, I believe, last year. Katy and Conroe just beat you out, actually. In the state, do you remember?
Well, the state level information isn't available for all districts. So we can make this assessment because we work for the highest growth districts in Houston. But,
Gotcha.
but I don't think any of the Dallas-Fort Worth areas have exceeded. So approximately 3rd, but we can get you a clear.
It's not really necessary. I'm just curious.
Yeah.
It kind of summarizes for people like how much growth we are experiencing whenever you do say that. So we're not number of students, but the housing starts.
A lot of times the growth kind of lags a bit in enrollment growth, right? So it takes a while for new people to move in and their children to actually age into the school system sometimes. So yeah, right
Also-
now your housing is booming. So guess what? What's going to follow? Your enrollment. Sure.
And also importantly, those other 2 districts, Katy and Conroe, are closer to build out than Lamar. So you have a lot longer to go, a lot further to go.
Thank you.
Appreciate all the information. Last week when we spoke, so right now, just to say this publicly, we've been outgrowing your high growth number. I think this year we're about 600 students above your high growth number. And so last week we spoke, and I asked about, us using that number, and you guys felt pretty confident in that, but not for next year. Next year, since things are slowing down, it's like we need to go more low or moderate for next year. And so what's changed? Because just a minute ago you said, really we should be focused on the moderate growth. So what's changed from tonight to last week when you guys were more confident in the high growth number?
So I do want to make something clear too. We project a snapshot, and so our snapshot numbers were about 550 over our moderate. So it trended with the high growth, actually. We want you to know that moderate is what we follow because we do this data refresh. We have to understand where your current students are living. The last couple of years have been an anomaly. Let's put it in, well, really the last 3. So every year we've got to do a complete reset of, oh, Lord, this year we got more students because of mortgage rates. This year's less. Because of where we're at today, we want to still focus on this moderate growth, but just know that there are a lot of factors, those 3 I mentioned, that could affect that tremendously. So I would stay away from the high. I know you always want to, think, well, not you, but it's always like, well, we've been trending high or we've been trending low, so why don't we keep trending that way? But things change. I deal with this every year with different districts. Sometimes it's the opposite. We've been trending low and then all of a sudden they trend high. With what we know today, and because of those 3 data points I mentioned, mortgages being the biggest one, be careful. Be careful. And the charter schools in 2024 be even more careful.
You got it.
So I don't think anything's really changed. I'm not quite sure what, that's my point.
Our stance is always that the moderate growth is our best guess right now, despite what has happened in the past.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
All right, trustees, we have Mr. Buchanan to come with a brief bond update.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Dr. Nivens. Tonight, we want to give you a brief update on projects that we currently have. The first project is Ag Barn number 3. It is complete, and there are actual animals there inside the barn. The next one is Terrell Elementary School. It is currently under construction. It is poised to be open in the fall of '23. And that is in the Candela. We'll be using that for Roberts Middle School. Gray Elementary is on Powerline Road. It is scheduled right now to open in the fall of '23 as well. The next one is Steenbergen Middle School. This is on the Randall and Wright complex. It's currently under construction. They're doing piers along with site work. It is scheduled to open in the fall of '24. Viola Randall Elementary, which is in Cross Creek, it's just a block north of Lehman, is currently under construction. They have done the graded work and starting site work and silt fence on that as well. Willie Melton Senior Elementary School, we got the permit last week. They've already installed silt fences and started the dirt work at it. It is located in Jordan Ranch. Austin Elementary School, security vestibules. Right now, it is currently scheduled to be completed by the end of March. They're doing the lighting, ceiling, and ceiling grid finish outs in that area. Bees Elementary, their security vestibules and additions has been completed. We're doing punch list on the building and the furniture. Bowie Elementary security vestibule is completed. We're doing the punch list along with, for the building and the furniture as well. Campbell Elementary has gotten a brand new roof, and it is completed. We're working on a few punch list items. Dickinson Elementary as well has gotten a brand new roof. We're working on the punch list items on it as well. George Junior High School is getting a new roof. It's 92% complete. You can see the black patch on the roof. That's the part that is needed to be completed on it. Huggins Elementary, security vestibule and additions have been completed, and again, we're working on punch list items for the building and furniture. Then we have Jackson Elementary. It has the roof has been completed there. We're working on some punch list items. Lamar Tennis Court, those tennis courts are available. Students are using them. We have a few punch list items. And then here is a list of our 2020 bond inflation coverage. These are all the projects that have proceeded since we have the 2020 bond inflation coverage has passed in November. So you can see the list of projects that have moved forward since the November election that we have either started progress, construction, or design work on all these projects. Are there any questions? Thank you, sir.
All right, next we have future action items. Do we need to take a break before we get into the future action items. Okay, look, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll be back at 9:34. It's currently 9:29.
I'm voting on that tonight. Lord.
All right, we are, it's getting late. 9:36 p.m. We are back, and we're moving on to future action items. Dr. Nivens.
Yes, Board, we have Ms. Katie Marchena and Ms. Sarah Ryan, who served as our DSIC committee chairperson. It's a future action item talking about our District of Innovation Plan. And so, just to be clear, the board won't take any action tonight. It's just about the process and what the committee is sending forward and actually what's out for public comment right now. And then we'll ask the board to vote on it next month. And so right now, it's just hear that and then ask as many questions as you need. So I'll turn the floor over to Mrs. Marchena and Ms. Ryan.
I'm the chairperson for the DSIC, who is in charge of creating and reviewing and presenting the District of Innovation Plan.
And I'm Heather Tariki, and I'm the secretary of the DSIC committee.
So we're going to go through the plan as we created it on DSIC. So we started with the proposed timeline back in July of 2022. The district at the Brazos Crossing level sort of came together and came up with the idea that, hey, maybe this would be a good thing for us to have. They began some discussions. In November of 2022, the DSIC met and decided, yes, we're interested. We're going to start doing some research. We're going to start looking into things for what do we want to do? What do we want to present? What do we not want to do? And we voted yes. We then had a public hearing on December the 13th, and the local innovation plan moved forward at that time. January 10th and January 31st, we had public meetings with the DSIC where we discussed the innovations and took comment from the entire DSIC, who also received comment from their subsequent campuses and from public or whomever their stakeholders were.
Give us just a minute. I don't think we have the right slides.
It's okay. So as we stated, I'm Sarah and this is Heather. The membership of the DSIC included teacher representatives, community members, and parents. And just for transparency, the DSIC has 91 total members, and of those members, 67 are teachers, 9 are other staff members / educators. There's assistant principals, some counselors, some other administrative positions, 8 parents and 7 community members. So approximately 74% of the DSIC is teachers. So we feel like it's a good representation of what, as a district, what the teaching staff would want and what the community would want. And then the next slides kind of go through the list of representatives. Before Christmas break, we sent out a request to the DSIC to give us their input. What would we be interested in? for innovations. What are some things that the DSIC members might be thinking about? We started a program called, or we utilized a program called a Thought Exchange, where you can type in like little thought bubbles and give us your thoughts and your ideas. Right before winter break, we sent out the request. People started filling in their thoughts and kind of, we want to do this innovation, we want to do that innovation. And then there was another reminder when we came back from winter break, keep adding to the Thought Exchange, keep adding. The committee members were encouraged to give feedback and talk to their stakeholders. So as a stakeholder from my campus, went to my campus members and I said, I want to know what you think. I want to know what you think. I want to know what you think. And then I brought those ideas to the Thought Exchange. After winter break, we rated or ranked things. And so people went in and voted and said, I like this idea, I like this, I don't like this idea. And we gathered together and sort of put everything in a hierarchy and gathered things together, things that applied, things that didn't, things that the DOI was able to take on, and things that the DOI wasn't able to take on.
Ms. Ryan, let me interrupt right quick. So I received several emails from people saying they did not have an opportunity to bring an idea to the table. But you're saying Thought Exchange was different. Thought Exchange allowed folks from the DSIC to bring an idea to the table and not only discuss the ideas that the district had from the beginning.
Correct. So in the Thought Exchange, there were several things that were brought up, lots of various items, and some of them were things that the DOI couldn't take care of, couldn't help us with, couldn't handle. Start and stop times, like what we just voted on, compensation, extra prep time, contract days for teachers, reducing and changing those contract times for teachers, class size limits, and the fiscal calendar and the start, what time of day the school day starts. None of those things were eligible to be adjusted based on a DOI plan. So we utilized the thoughts that we had, and we gathered them together, and we had things that we decided were not applicable and not a good plan for teachers and for the students. We didn't want to do certain things, and we brought all that to the DSIC, and we kind of discussed that at DSIC. But the initial vote that we made was for, do we want to do this or not? Just a flat yes or no. As a DSIC, do we want to vote? So between the meeting on the 11th and the 31st, campuses were sent a survey. I sent a survey to the DSIC members, who were then to disseminate that same survey out to their campuses so their campus could vote and give them feedback. When we came back to DSIC on the 31st, we had more discussion, lots of discussion, and the first thing we voted on when we voted was, do we want to do DOI, yes or no? Results are as shown. 68.9% of the DSIC voted for, which is 42 people, voted for us moving forward with planning out a DOI. 18 voted against, and 1 person did abstain.
Ms. Ryan, you're saying this vote took place on January 10th?
31st.
I missed the first 10 minutes of that meeting. I was sitting in the atrium, but I can tell that vote was not taken at the very beginning. Do you want to move forward? It was taken much deeper into the meeting. Is that accurate?
Yes, we discussed we finished, because on the 11th, we started talking about, the 10th, we started talking about what innovations could be possible, what do we want to do, based on what we had pulled from the Thought Exchange. And then we continued those discussions on the 31st, because we had been there for a multitude of hours, and we just didn't feel that we should keep 67 teachers after the 6 and 7 o'clock, into the 6 and 7 o'clock hour. But we did vote on that night. That was the very first vote that we took. It was just a flat yes or no. Do we want to proceed with this? Because if we voted no at that time, it was close the meeting. Thank you all for your time, and we can go. And the DSIC voted yes. 68% voted yes, we want to continue on. And at that time, we were also conscious to remind people that just because we voted yes, that we want to continue this discussion and we want to continue this conversation tonight and talking about the innovations at that meeting, you are still allowed to vote no. So even if we voted as a DSIC, yes, we're going to continue. If you don't agree with the an innovation, you were still allowed to vote no on anything going forward. And I had groups of people that voted no across the board. I had groups that voted no on a few things and some that voted yes on everything. So you were still allowed a no vote moving forward as we dove into the innovations. So innovation number 1 is teacher certification. So current state statute or current state requirement is that teachers must hold an appropriate certificate or permit issued by the state. In the absence of certification, districts can request emergency certification from SBAC. When a teacher does not have certification, the district must provide written notification to parents within 30 days. So our challenge is that there are hard to fill positions, and due to certification requirements, we're struggling to fill world languages and CTE positions because we want those for kids to be college and career ready. So we're really trying to help this situation. LCISD will continue to seek certified educators first and foremost. We're gonna try to go and find the people who are certified, the people who have their ducks all in a row, the new people who are fresh out of college and ready to go. We're gonna try to get them first. If we can't find someone to fill a position in CTE or world languages, then we will find someone who has experience and who can maintain the expectations for employee certification at the local level. We are not looking to put non-certified teachers or locally certified teachers in any classrooms other than CTE and world languages. We're not looking to put them in general education. We're not looking to put them into core subjects, not special education, none of those places. We are only looking to put them in CTE and world languages. So the district will develop sort of a minimum qualification, and the qualifications can include professional experience, training, education in their content area, active relevant professional industry certifications, combinations of work experience, training, education, successful experience working with student. Qualifications will vary by position, and the district will provide teachers hired under this option with the training necessary to carry out the expectations of their position. AKA, the district is going to provide some sort of training for these people because they are not certified in a traditional manner so that they have experience and understanding of what it is to be the teacher, the pedagogy of what it is to be in a classroom. So yes, I'm a great mechanic, but I'm gonna get training from the district to help me be a great teacher too. And that was a big part of the discussion at the DSIC was that we don't want just any person to come in and start teaching one of our CTE classes, for instance, a nurse or a health person, and they get in and they get overwhelmed and they're like, I don't want to do this, I'm leaving, because that doesn't help us. We want to provide them with the training and with the help and with the support so that they stay and they are a successful teacher who can impart their knowledge on the kids. When we voted, innovation number 1, 80.3% of the DSIC voted for innovation number 1, which is 49 people out of the 61 that were there. Innovation number 2 is the first day of instruction. The district cannot begin instruction for students for the school year before the 4th Monday in August. Right now, we're trying to condense the first semester so that we finish the first semester before Christmas break, so that elementary students are wrapping up their second 9 weeks and we don't have to come back and do 2 weeks of instruction with major exams right after a big holiday. And so secondary can have final exams before we go on break as well, and they can kind of be wrapped up with their second, third 6 weeks.
It's more to balance the first, second, and third 6 weeks at the secondary level, because as it is currently, we have 6 weeks in the first 6 weeks and then 5 in the second and 5 in the third. And that third 6 weeks gets a little tough at the secondary level because you have basically 4 weeks of classroom teaching and then you have a week of final exams and then it's Christmas break. So it's really a good opportunity to balance that where you have 6 weeks, 6 weeks, and 6 weeks.
Additionally, moving the first day of instruction up will help offer strategic breaks throughout the school year. There's some stretches that are really long in education. October is long, February is long. So being able to offer a few more extended weekends for students to kind of get a refresh and teachers to get a refresh. The 45-day penalty-free period for contract release. Right now, we're kind of the last people to come back to school, so we're also the last people who can turn in our resignation before we go back. So what's happening is people are going to Katy or going to Fort Bend or other districts, and they're leaving us at the last minute. And because their contracts, everyone else's contracts are closed, we can't pick up good teachers. And we want to be at the front of the line getting the good teachers to start with, instead of going, oh man, we lost somebody at the last minute, and we want to get the good people at the front of the line. Additionally, this would help us align with dual credit classes at the secondary level as colleges wrap up before Christmas break as well. So the DSIC decided that the first day of instruction should be maybe scheduled prior to the fourth Monday in August, but not prior to the second Monday in August. The scheduled start date will be set to best meet the needs of LCISD students, staff, and community. When we voted for this innovation, 73.8% of the DSIC voted yes for this innovation, 45 people. Innovation number 3, required staff development. Current state requirement is that TEC section 21.451 outlines mandatory staff development topics that the state requires educators to receive annually. Lamar, the challenges we face is that the Lamar faculty has hours of mandatory trainings that we have to do outside of the school day when we're all trying to come back to school. We're all trying to set up our classrooms. We're all trying to get ready, start initial lesson plans, getting all the information about students, and then here comes 6, 8, 12 hours worth of trainings that you have to sit through on your computer. And just because we can opt out of these trainings and make them go cycle, like on a 3-year cycle, doesn't mean we have to. So for instance, if we're sitting through cybersecurity training every year, which is a huge, long training video, several hours, well, we're not having cybersecurity issues, so we're gonna put that video on a 3-year rotation, and then all of a sudden we start having hacking and things going on. HR can say, we're gonna take it off the 3-year cycle and we're gonna put it back on. We need that training again because we're having issues. Bloodborne pathogens. We all know we've taken bloodborne pathogens for the past umpteenth years. We all know, put a glove on. We all know, be safe. We all know the risks and things. So we're gonna put that on a 3-year cycle where we don't have to watch it every year. New teachers would have to watch those videos and be current on their things. But if we need a video, we bring the video back. If we don't need a video, it can be part of the cycle. And for innovation number 3, 90.2% of the DSIC voted yes for adding the, adjusting the required staff development. Innovation number 4, designation of a campus behavior coordinator. So the current state requirement says that there must be a person at each campus designated to serve as the campus behavior coordinator. The person designated may be the principal of the campus or any other campus administrator selected by the principal. The challenge is that the behavior coordinators have monthly discipline audits that they have to complete, and they're running the positive behavior programs, they're communicating with parents. If a student is placed with an alternative learning setting, they're taken into custody, they have to do all of the documentation that goes with that. And at a secondary campus where there's 1,000 students, it's one person handling all of those tasks, not just for their own A through E or A through M section, but it's for the entire campus. So it's a huge job. So being able to designate this to more than one person and making it into a committee would be helpful. Having one administrator do this is just inefficient. It's just, when you have multiple APs, if I have a relationship with a parent and I'm handling the behavior issue all day long, and then I have to hand it to someone else to do the audit, the behavior, to get the DAEP set up, all of those things, there's like a disconnect. We want it to be one person handling and having that relationship. Definitely a plan that will help spread the burden for secondary campuses. not as much of an impact on elementary schools, especially smaller ones where there's one principal and one AP. But on larger elementary campuses, you could split that amongst your assistant principals and have multiple people to help. When we voted on innovation number 4, 82% of the DSIC voted yes. Innovation number 5, limitations on student suspensions. Students below grade 3 may not be placed in out-of-school suspension unless the student engages in behaviors that include weapons, violent offenses, or being under the influence. Currently, the challenge we face is that there are students who have extreme behaviors that don't fall into these categories, and we need to help them and get a plan set up for them. So this is a sort of a plan of attack to help those kids. We want to help the students who have harmful behaviors where they're hurting themselves, hurting another student, damaging property. Kids don't always understand what the seriousness of their actions are, especially little ones. So it's being able to help route them to the right place and help their parents understand the seriousness of their actions. So students in grade 2 and below may receive 3 days of out-of-school suspension for behaviors that do not necessarily fit into the categories of weapons, violent offenses, or being under the influence, but warrant a removal from the instructional setting. We discussed that there would be guidelines for this, so it would be uniform across the district, and it's not going to be one group of people is very tough and they're going to suspend everybody, and one group of people is going to be very lax and they're not going to do it at all. So there'll be a uniform sort of code. We have a teacher handbook, we have a student handbook, we have a parent handbook, so we're going to have a handbook for this kind of thing too.
Yeah, that's our Raptor alert. That's someone's doing a test at one of our campus for an emergency.
Sorry.
Well, you know it works, right?
I was going to say, I didn't know if we needed to go somewhere.
Yeah, you know it works. You know it works. No emergencies, it's a test.
So basically setting up a local committee to help create those guidelines once we either approve or move forward with this innovation. When we voted, the DSIC 83.6% voted yes for this innovation. And innovation number 6 is our last innovation, discipline placement for students under age 10. Students below grade 3 may not be placed in a disciplinary alternative education program unless the student engages in unless the student engages in behaviors that include weapons, violent offenses, or being under the influence. So the challenge is that sometimes children under the age 10 engage in very serious disruptions and misbehavior that do not fit into the categories of weapons or violent offenses or being under the influence, sort of like what Dr. Nivens spoke about earlier. And, you know, just from our discussions at DSIC, we have teachers who have to evacuate their classroom, as he discussed, daily. When I have a child in my classroom who is literally a kindergartner throwing a chair, throwing a computer, turning over 6-foot tables, and I have to take my whole class out almost daily, this is for those kids. It's not for the kid who got in trouble because he poked his next door neighbor or he hit his friend. This is for the kid who's really got some issues going on and really needs some guidance and some help. So what we're proposing is that we would be able to place the student under the age 10 with those persistent misbehaviors the student who has those persistent misbehaviors deemed by district leadership will be able to put those students who are giving themselves or others harm can be placed in a temporary, non-traditional classroom setting. That does not necessarily mean ALC. That means we're gonna find another place that's appropriate for that student at that time so that they can get the restorative practices and they can get all of the social skills that they need to become, have that structure that they need so that they can come back to the classroom, back to their traditional classroom, whatever that traditional classroom is for them. We're not talking about moving kids out and leaving them. We don't want to send kids to, away from us. We want the kids to be in class with us. We just want them to all be safe. We want the child who's having the misbehaviors and the questionable and the danger. We want that kid to be safe, but I also want the other 19 or 20 kids in my classroom to be safe as well. Nor do I want to lose computers because I won't get them back, or iPads that I won't be able to get back again. You know, things like that. We want to try to help everybody in the process. And this kind of, we discussed at DSIC how this kind of leads kids as part of their documentation to say, okay, this boy needs help. He needs to be routed into a behavior program, or he needs to be routed into a special education program. And this can help serve as some of that documentation for that process. It's not going to make anything necessarily go faster, but it sure carries weight when you can say, this kid is turning tables over and I have to suspend him or send him into an alternative placement. It sure carries weight for that, to get them help. When we voted, DSIC 70.5% voted yes for this innovation. So DSIC voted yes for all 6 innovations. We did have additional innovations over the course of our discussions that we removed because we didn't need them to be an innovation. For instance, we discussed the 90% rule, and we can utilize attendance review committees and different campus level tactics to handle that, to make sure that those kids get credit for coming to school, even if it's less than 90%. We didn't need an innovation for that, so we removed that innovation. And there were several other innovations that kind of fell into those categories like that. So currently, February 3rd, we posted the DOI plan on the website. Comments are available. Comments will be open for the public until March 3rd for their 30-day window. Tonight, the board will take action and let the commissioner know if we intend to vote on a plan or not. March 21st, the school board will consider approval of the local innovation plan, and that plan must pass by 2/3 majority vote. And then March 22nd, if it passes, the final approved plan will post on the district website, and will notify TEA that the plan has been approved. The terms of a DOI include, the plan would begin on March 21st, 2023, and end on March 21st, 2028, unless rescinded or further reviewed by the board in accordance with law. The plan may be amended, which was a big thing with DSIC, that we can make adjustments to the plan. It's not like it's set in stone for the next 5 years. And if the entire board is voted out and we have an entire new board of people who don't like this plan, don't want to have it, it can be adjusted. The same thing with DSIC. If we see something that's not working for us, we can bring it up that we want there to be an adjustment as well, and we kind of work in tandem. And we will annually review the plan, which is something that the districts decided. That is not something that is put out by TEA and the DOI process. That is something that we want to do because we want to ensure that it's still working for us. If there is something in here that's not working, we want to be able to remove it, amend it, change it. Also wanted to note there are 1,026 districts in Texas. 103 are not a district of innovation. So this is a plan that has sort of been proven. We don't want to do anything that would be harmful to teachers or students. We don't want to do anything that parents would not agree with. We don't want to do anything that would put the district at risk. But none of these things seem to fall into that category. Even in speaking with legal teams that I am privy to, even they have said that this is not a scary plan. This is not a plan that's going to be harmful, that this is very mild, and that they're all innovations that have been proven in other places that are pretty common. Questions?
Well, thank you very much for your work on this and the numerous meetings and organizing teachers and staff and getting feedback. I appreciate it. I wanted to see if you could address some of what I'm sure my fellow trustees have received, I'm sure that you've received, but occasionally I'll get communications from teachers or community members will say, districts that have DOI, the teachers lose their planning periods, the teachers lose their lunches, there's no Texas Education Code protections for contracts anymore. There's going to be non-certified teachers teaching core subjects, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Was that considered, and kind of what are your thoughts on that?
None of the innovations have anything to do with contracts. None of the innovations have anything to do with teacher planning or teacher protections. We all want a contract, and if I would have brought to my DSIC with 67 teachers and said, we don't want you to have a lunch period anymore, or we don't want you to have a planning period, not only would they laugh me out the door, they'd probably run me out the door. So that was never under the consideration, and that was never brought from the district for any of our meetings. In fact, at our very first meeting where we discussed it in November, that was amongst the list of things that were the non-negotiables of the no, we'll never do these things.
So then,
So if it's not if it's not written in the plan, it's not part of what can happen in LCISD.
okay.
So the 6 innovations that you see in the plan are the only 6 innovations unless the committee comes back together and writes a new plan for your approval.
So then that's the next thing that I hear is, oh, well, that's just how they get you in the door. And then you're gonna start to see your planning periods go away, and you're start to see contract rights go away. Can the district, once they're DOI, and and assume for the sake of argument that all 6 of these innovations pass, can the district then say, okay, now we're going to start taking away planning periods? Can like the superintendent just say, that's what we're gonna do? What is the process?
He cannot. Now, if the board so deems it necessary for us to lose our planning period, you bring it to us and we go back to DSIC, we have to discuss it and we have to agree and we have to create the next innovation. And I don't think 67 teachers would make an innovation that says, we don't get a lunch period anymore. We don't get a planning period anymore. So we would decline that, I feel most certain. So it's not like Sneaky Pete where you're gonna get in the back door just because the title exists. It doesn't work that way. Only the 6 things on paper presented right now are the only things we can do, the only things we can innovate. And I think people are also getting tied up on the word innovation. It's not innovating the way we teach. It's not innovating what we utilize to teach. We're still gonna be great teachers. We're still gonna utilize the best materials in our classroom. We're still gonna do the best we can with what we have. This does not change any of that. This only changes who we can hire for those CTE classes and world languages, what day we come back to school, PD, and then the behaviors. That's it. That's the only thing it can modify.
Ms. Williams? Sure.
So the lady that spoke, I don't know if you're here, I'm guessing you were here the whole time. And she said these teachers, she had emails from teachers that said, I'm out. If this is, like, what would cause them to just say, I'm leaving if we become that? I don't understand, based on everything that's happened, based on all of the discussions we've had, what would somebody just say, I'm out? I don't understand.
I think it's their personal decision, but I also think it's maybe a lack of understanding. Maybe they haven't received enough of the info, maybe they haven't read it all, the plan all the way through. But I also see the side of Katie's a district of innovation, Fort Bend is a district of innovation, Houston's a district of innovation. Every district around us is. So if you pick up and leave from here, you're just going from one DOI to another. And I don't know how that would help them per se. Because again, the only things we have are the items listed in the plan. That's the only.
And that was, like you said, the subsequent campuses, the DSIC reps or committee members disseminated this information to the campuses. So there shouldn't be any confusion if they actually read what was sent out, correct?
And they were given the opportunity For instance, at my campus, I shared the survey with all of the DSIC members, and then that same exact survey I copied to my campus and let my entire campus, 50 to 60 people voted on my campus. And when I came to DSIC on the 31st, I came armed with knowledge. So I knew my campus wants to do this, this, this. My campus doesn't want to do this, this, this. So I knew what to vote yeses and what to vote nos for. And I know other people at DSIC had it. I saw papers on the desk. I saw people on their phones scrolling through information. So I know they had information. Can I guarantee every single campus did? No. But I know it existed.
But this would be very clear, these 6, if they pass, that this is it, and they'll all have the same information. Okay, thank you. And then, I don't know if this is the right time to ask this, or if it's for next month since it's future, but I had a question on page 59 about the amendment and review process, or is that for next month?
You can ask now.
It wasn't one of your slides, it's in our board book. So it says, for the amendment and review process, are you with me? Do you have this one?
I've seen it, but I don't have it on me.
It says, it starts with innovation idea initiated, and then it goes down to idea presented to the district leadership. And the 2 bullet points are idea is vetted with the district strategic plan and district improvement plan. Then the second piece is Board of Trustees is advised and determines if the local innovation plan committee should be convened outside of the annual review process. So, and then it comes down again and kind of like what steps come next. So does that mean that we determine, the Board of Trustees is advised and determines if the local innovation plan committee should be convened outside of the review process? What does that mean exactly?
So I'll use an example. So, if the plan were approved in March, we might review the plan again next March, yearly, right? But if something came up in October related to code, maybe a teacher brought an idea to district leadership, maybe it came from a parent, whoever, and district leadership vetted it and said, hey, that's something we maybe should consider. They might put it in the LBU, or Dr. Nivens might communicate with you as a board, and you might say, you know what, we're not gonna wait for March. We wanna bring the committee together in October and talk about this potential innovation and potentially edit the local innovation plan beyond or outside of that just yearly review. So if something came up, it gives an opportunity for a review at any moment, rather than just waiting for that yearly opportunity.
So regardless of when that would happen throughout the year, the process would always be, it gets kicked back to the committee. So this whole thing would go through every single time. So no step is skipped. So everybody's involved in all the planning. So you have 3 checks, basically.
Correct.
The administration, the board, and the committee.
That's
So
correct,
I think that should give some people peace of mind, regardless who's in leadership on the board, who's teaching at what campus. There's all 3 checks every time.
That's correct. The
Okay.
plan can only be amended by the DSIC, and the plan would have to be approved by the board, any amendment.
Okay, so I just think that's important for people to understand.
I think it's key that the DSIC remains with a heavy percentage of teachers. I think that's key because ultimately it affects us and we're gonna be the ones that affect students. So I think it's key that that committee is utilized from here forward, because it is a heavily teacher-based committee. I mean, you're looking at 74% are teachers, so.
Yeah.
Are these DSIC members, the teachers, are they asked to serve for a period of time? They're going to be on the committee for 3, or what's their commitment?
We're voted on for 3 years.
For 3
And
years.
people start at different times. So, for instance, I'm in year 2. There are people who just started who are in year 1. There are people who are in their 3rd year. So it just depends on when, if I'm in year 2 right now and my husband gets transferred and we move and I go to Amarillo, my spot becomes vacant and someone has to take it. So someone has to be voted into my spot. So then their cycle would start.
Is it a 3-year term limit?
3
Like, so
years.
after 3 years, somebody else will come on, or can you stay on for more than 3?
2 consecutive terms. So I could stay for 6 years total.
One more question. Who keeps abstaining? It's like there's always 3 abstains. Is that a,
I'd have to go back and look.
I'm not saying specifically, like, why would somebody constantly abstain from, maybe it's different people each time?
It may be.
I think we had some who voted no originally. I do not want to do a district of innovation plan. And then from there on, instead of just voting no for every innovation, they abstained from there on.
Got it, okay.
And I did notice at DSIC, I believe I saw one person who was like, I have to go, I'm so sorry, I have to go, and they had to excuse themselves. So there may have been one person that actually physically left the building before the meeting was completed, because both of the meetings ran really long, not, in the transparency, they both were really long meetings.
And if sorry, one more. If somebody, I was looking at some of the attendance. If somebody is missing the meetings, is there any kind of consequence for them being on the DSIC if they're not showing up for the meetings?
I'm not sure of that one.
There's communication, yes. And so it depends on if they're a parent representative, community representative, or a teacher representative. So if it's teacher representative, then there's conversation with the principal. You know, your your campus representative is not attending. Do you want to elect someone new? Do you want to have a conversation with them? And sometimes it just takes a conversation, right? But if it's a community member or a parent, we reach out to them and then we often replace them. If it's just not a good fit, maybe the time doesn't work or the opportunity doesn't work. But
So we are paying attention. I just wouldn't want to
Absolutely.
say that we have all these people, but they're not showing up. You know, that's not
Right.
a good representation. Okay.
That's correct.
And I can speak from being on DSIC last year and being on it again this year, and attendance is heavily increased this year. As we've been looking at the District of Innovation Plan, we've had a lot more participation and a lot more people who have come regularly and been very participatory in the meetings, so.
I think it's also important to remember that there's more than one representative from every campus. So, I say that, I probably should check and make sure, but secondary has multiple representatives, and down to elementary, it is
Elementary gets one.
one person per campus. So, at secondary, you might see a campus represented by one person, where they maybe should have 2 or 3 there. And so we're watching, making sure that we do our best to make sure as many campuses, if not all campuses, are represented. We did have a few that were not representative in January.
Okay, thank you.
And I think the other key thing to remember is the plan is posted, right? And there's an opportunity for public comment, and that is anybody. Community members, parents, staff members, teachers, whoever. It's posted on the website, and there's a great DOI button on the homepage that gets you right to the DOI website.
I just, from experience, especially with like the rezonings, people come to the board later and say we weren't represented, and so I just want to make sure that's never something that comes back to the board and says, well, our person didn't even show up anyways, and they remained on the board, you know what I mean? So just keeping an eye on that, I think it'll be, good.
Mr.
Thank you.
One of the slides you showed said November 9th, the DSIC originated the DOI idea. Is that accurate? I mean, in other words, this idea has been out there in the state of Texas since 2015, and nobody in Lamar has thought about it until the DSIC got together on November 9th. That's the way it's implied there. Is
Yes,
that accurate?
The district level cabinet members here started talking in July. And at the November 9th meeting, we were given a presentation where they were like, hey, this is what we're talking about, this is what we're thinking about, what do you guys think? And then we, thus in turn, started having conversations at that meeting.
So those are administration folks that work here at Brazos Crossing who are also on the DSIC. Is that correct?
No, sir.
They're not?
No, the idea came from me.
The idea came from you?
The idea came from me. It came from the superintendent's office. And it was a conversation I had with the team back in the spring of 2022. And then I met with some key individuals in the district. And then I met with Ms. Ryan, probably sometime or close to that time to talk about it with the LCTA. And so, no, that originated from me, but to go through the process, to have a conversation.
I have a couple questions on the specific innovations. Innovation number 1, it says very specifically in the plan, CTE and world languages. Can that be expanded by the administration without going to the board of the DSIC to include core subjects.
No, because the plan says CTE and world languages.
Right. So that cannot be expanded without going through that process. I'm looking for legal clarification. If we don't have it, we can come back to that next month.
As far as that being in the DOI plan and something changing to that, no. It would have to come back to the committee, it would have to come back to the board. There are opportunities to emergency certify, right? And so that opportunity still exists outside of DOI. But in relation to local certification related to the DOI, only CTE and world languages.
Mr. Welch?
Yep.
In January 2022, at Fort Bend ISD, a situation did occur like that. The HR department sent a memo to their superintendent, and they had a very similarly worded plan, and they said, we need to extend this to include core subjects, 3 to 5, I believe it said like social studies and science only, and then anything in the secondary level core subjects. Because of the teacher shortage, and they said it didn't have to go back to the board at that time because you can't amend a plan to include an exemption that's already in the plan. So if it has 21.003 in it, you don't have to go back to the board and say, I want to amend 21.003 to include 21.003 with just different language. That's the best I know on that. Other than that, you would have to get more legal clarification.
Can I jump in, because I have a question on this as well?
Go ahead.
Okay. And then maybe you have other
I'll have
innovations?
several other questions, just for clarification's sake, because we're not voting tonight on anything, so.
Right, so maybe we could just kind of go one at a time, just so on the first one, I wanted to touch on that because I also have a similar concern. And I guess it really depends on what the verbiage is in the District of Innovation plan. If it's broad and it says that the district can utilize non-certified teachers in hard-to-hire positions, that seems overbroad. And I know that this administration would not, kind of take advantage of that. But as a policymaking board, we have an obligation to look past the people that are sitting in their seats right now. So I would have a concern about that, but your understanding is that essentially if you opt out of a particular provision of the Texas Education Code, then anything's on the table with regard to that provision?
No, the board can create a local law. So if you take, policy, what we have here in Innovation One, you can create a local policy to where that can only include CTE and WOC. At that point, if you create a local policy that includes that by the board, then it would have to come back to be amended. It couldn't be like the situation that happened in Fort Bend.
So what is?
Let me clarify that.
Sure.
Because this is how confusion gets started. Because, none of us in here are legal experts. Except my
But not an education code, no.
But not about the
education code, not education code.
Because I need to be clear, I need to make sure we clear this up. From the very beginning, we said we will put that language in the DOI that says this cannot be, none of these can be amended unless it goes through this process. Then the board approves that, then it becomes our local policy. So that's the language that's gonna be in, because it's gonna be in the plan, is that none of these can change unless the board asks the committee to reconvene and consider it, the committee considers it and votes, then the board votes on it again. That's the language that's gonna be in the plan. So I don't know what other school districts had in theirs, but that's the language in our plan, that once the board votes on it, then that's set in stone. Because we're confusing folks now, and we're gonna have people watch this later and say, see, she said we can move it without any kind of consequences. And that is not true. That is not true, that is not true. We put the language in the plan that the process, the board approves it, that is the process. And no one can change that unless the board comes back and says, we don't want to do that anymore.
So we have to follow these terms.
We have to follow those terms because in that plan, we're going to say, that we say what the changes, the process for the changes are. And then the board approves that, that becomes local policy. That becomes the local policy. That becomes the local policy.
So what we have in our board books and what we've seen up here is kind of has presentation language in it. Is there like a formal document that the board is going to vote on so that we could look at that document before next month?
That's what's in your board book. So this is just copied and pasted from the board book. It's just pieces of it. It's not the whole plan. So the terms section is near the top of the plan prior to the innovations. But you should have the plan directly, and that the terms is way before the visual.
So is it
I don't have it in front of me.
the part that says district recommendation?
Page 57.
Page 57. Right, but I mean
So-
particularly for each innovation.
So each innovation, yes, it starts on page 5, innovation number 1, and the slides are, I'm gonna start with 6 because I'm back here, but it's the state requirement, the challenges, and then what was decided by the DSIC is the district recommendation.
Is there any way to, without having to go back to the DSIC, to clarify for innovation number 1, that we're only talking about career and technical education and world languages? Because in there, it has the bullet points. I suppose it says, are fully equipped to perform the duties of the following hard-to-hire teaching positions. Okay. So it is already qualified that we're just talking about CTE and world languages.
That's correct.
Okay.
Any changes to the language in the district recommendation would have to go back to the DSIC, but that could happen prior to the March meeting, if there's anything you would like the DSIC to review.
Okay. No, I reread it and I think it's clear.
I thought that the plan had to be posted as is for 30 days before it was voted on. So if it went back to the is that not accurate? Because if it goes back to the DSIC, there's not another 30-day window to get it back on the website.
Any additions, any deletions, yeah, any additions would have to be posted.
For 30 days. So there would not be time before the March meeting to go back to the
I see what you
DSIC,
mean.
amend it,
If
post
were
it again
something
for 30
added.
days.
If it were, I believe it's if it's a new innovation added, but I have to check on that. I don't know what the TEA documentation says.
Like Mr. Hunt, I was just curious about the wording. Could we add the words, we are only speaking about CTE and world languages, or something to that effect, a little more eloquent, of course? Could those words, could a sentence like that be added without going back to the DSIC?
This is what the DSIC voted on, so
Gotcha.
it would have to go back to DSIC.
Alex, you got anything else on that?
No.
And I was just gonna note, the only place that the words hard to fill positions is noted in the challenges. It's not really noted in the verbiage of the actual innovation. In the innovation itself, it just says, we're seeking certified educators for teaching positions, maintaining expectations, et cetera, and then the 2 bullet points about CTE and world languages. It does not say anything in the actual innovation about hard to hire.
It does.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But it
But it
does
lists
qualify
out
it.
the exact
But it lists those
ones.
hard to hire, so it's not saying just hard to hire positions, it's not saying that.
On innovation number 2, during your presentation, Ms. Ryan, you said that we don't always get the best teachers because they go to other districts. A comment and then a question, a rhetorical question. A comment is, a lot of our teachers, they think the grass is greener on the other side, and they go to Fort Bend, and they go to Katy, and then they come back to Lamar. And if we don't always get the good teachers because they sign with another district, which has happened in one case that I know of a lady who works for us now. She signed a contract about 2 years ago, and like 2 days later, we came calling. And she served her 1 year over there in Fort Bend, and then she came to us. But what does that say about our teachers now? I mean, we have some great teachers in our district. And it's not as though we've gotten the, the bottom of the barrel here, and we
No, absolutely not. But the teachers, when we're coming in, I want to be able to pick from the biggest breadth of teachers instead of having to pick from the small basket. I want to pick from the biggest breadth. And yes, we're always going to pick the best educator. We're always going to pick the best highly qualified person, the person with the strongest skills and the best strengths in education. But I want to have the widest swath to pick from.
Sure.
I think another piece to this is the number of classroom positions that we had open when we started the year with long-term subs. Because teachers could resign much later in the summer and take a job in another district. And then, as Sarah mentioned, all of the other districts, their resignation date has passed. So there's the pool to hire, especially late in the summer, when those teachers are leaving for other districts, is very slim.
Innovation number 4, I keep hearing the rumor that we're basically already doing this. Just, it's not official. Does anybody want to go on the record and speak about that officially?
Sure, so I think, it's these points, right? Every assistant principal and principal has a hand in discipline. On most of our secondary campuses, there's an alpha split or a grade level split. And they're handling all of the discipline in their alpha split or grade level split. And then elementary, it's handled differently depending on the size of the campus. But there are certain components related to accountability and PEIMS, auditing, tracking, leading projects, that their TEA requires one designated on-the-books behavior coordinator. And that person is responsible for doing the audits, signing off on the discipline, for whatever the alpha split, all of the kids. You see there in that first bullet, those responsibilities that one behavior coordinator has to do. And so it might be the principal, it might be one of the assistant principals.
So it's not a situation where a trusted assistant in the school could do it, and then that person could review it and then sign it. You're saying that person and him or her only has to do it themselves?
That's correct. Yes, that is how it's outlined in code, yes.
Innovation number 6.
Hey, John, do you mind if we
Yeah,
go
go
back
ahead. Go
to
ahead.
3? So I had a question about how this would be implemented, because it's a bit light on details, and I know that there's going to have to be some planning that goes into what trainings we're putting on the rotation. And so the example, Ms. Ryan, that you gave of cybersecurity, we have to take the cybersecurity training too every year, and I completely understand, and it changes occasionally, but not really. But if you look at that section of the Texas Education Code 21.451, it's got things like technology, digital learning, I'm sure cybersecurity's in there, but it also has things like suicide prevention, recognizing signs of mental health conditions and substance abuse, bullying, how grief and trauma affect student learning. I know that there's also, there's required training that teachers and staff have to do on things like child abuse and sex trafficking, things like that. I have concerns about us opting out of things like that. So I'm sure that was considered by the committee. What are your thoughts on that? And how would this be implemented? Who's deciding what we're opting out of?
That would be part of the local committee that after these are approved, that would come together and decide. And again, just because we opt out of it doesn't mean we can't still do it. So if we, as a district, believe we need to have suicide prevention every single year for every single person, we can put it in there. That's up to us as a district and our local committee. I know Mr. Bates would be involved, through the HR process. And all new teachers would take everything because they haven't had it before. But as a protection for the district, we would want teachers to take certain things more frequently, just because we want to make sure that everyone is fresh on suicide prevention, for instance, or child abuse, or whatever the video of choice is, whatever it is that we need, we can opt in. This is just allowing us to cycle through on the ones we so deem necessary.
And when you say local committee, do you mean the DSIC? Or
No.
what committee do you mean?
We have discussed having an additional committee to help write the local plan of how we're gonna take innovations 1 through 6, how we're gonna actually implement those things, and sort of creating that handbook.
So we haven't determined yet who's going to be on that committee
No.
yet? Okay.
I think the other thing to remember is that the staff development plan has to be brought to the board for approval. And so you all saw that plan, I want to say September or October, and that would come every year to you for approval. So as this is outlined by a subcommittee with HR, teacher representatives, administrators, district leadership, and that plan is laid out for our next year, it would have to come to the board for approval. And if at any point somebody said, you know, we really feel like our teachers need this, that plan could be amended.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, innovation number 6. You talked about the need of a kindergartner. Let's visualize this for a moment. A kindergartner going crazy in a room. Yes, the child might be having might have a terrible world at home. We don't know that. But the average adult who is out there, who's not involved in the school system, wonders, what in the world are you guys letting a kindergartner turn over a table and disrupt the classroom and destroy property? Why aren't we restraining this child in a civil way, in a way that's not abusive, and then possibly, I'm using this word possibly, because I might get in trouble for this, reinstituting corporal punishment. Maybe not in every case, so that's kind of a rhetorical, throw it out there. My question is this: what are we doing now for this kind of a situation? If you're saying we need this to be able to suspend a child like that for 2 or 3 days, that means we can't do it now. So how are we handling that situation now?
So for instance, in the case in my classroom, my job was to quick, get the other 19 out, because if she's throwing a chair, he's turning over a table, I can't let the rest of them get injured or hurt, or myself. Getting them out in the hallway, getting back into the classroom, doing the best I can to keep her from hurting herself or hurting himself, calling for help, calling for administration. It is not my duty to restrain a child as a teacher. That's not my responsibility. I am there to do my best to keep everyone safe as I can, but that's when administration has to come in and help. And yes, they can come in, and they do, as Dr. Nivens witnessed, you know, safely restrain students. And then typically my student would be removed from the classroom. We would do our best to put the classroom back together and start teaching, but we've lost an hour to 2 hours of time. And typically that student was in the office, in the nurse's office, getting checked out, in the office, calling home, calling parents, getting someone up there to because a lot of times they won't calm down for us. Mom or someone has to come, mom, dad, grandma, whomever has to come. And then typically they go home that day and they come back the next day and do it all over again.
See, that's just unacceptable. That is completely unacceptable. And if that's the extent that this district or any school district, because of the law, our legislatures need to change the law. That's ridiculous. So that kid, we can't put him in a timeout room, quote unquote. Is that right? Is that what you're saying? Like in another part of the school?
No, because that child was not in a program that provided for those. She was in a least restrictive environment, so she was not in a program to provide that for her.
So that's what the public doesn't understand, is you got a disruptive kid who's going back crack crazy. We're gonna lose an hour a day of instruction for those kids in that subject, and then we're gonna possibly put the room back together. Why don't you just separate the kid? You're saying, are you saying that the law does not allow us because there's not a plan on file?
There's a lot of things that have to happen that are mandated federally, that are not even state controlled. There are a lot of things mandated federally.
Let me ask you something on that point. We're under the state law. The federal government gives us money. If we were to, just hypothetically, if we were to not take that federal money, could we exempt ourselves from those federal laws?
I don't know. I don't think so, because I think there are certain things in the IDEA that if you take the money or not, people have, Americans with Disabilities Act, they have rights.
Sure, and I'm not talking
rights.
about.
And so, I mean, you know, but that's what we're talking about. And so, you know, I grew up in
That's
a household with that.
That's what we're talking about as far as disabilities, but we're calling so many things now disabilities that are truly not disabilities.
I agree.
These, in generations past, they get a swat in the butt and they go home and the parents would give them a swat in the butt. And I know that that's not an easy solution for every situation, but.
I agree. So we just have to make sure that we don't create more issues. And we're wasting money defending our decisions and our actions because we've knowingly violated some kind of law or federal law or somebody's rights. And so that's why I brought that up, is because, you know, I watched what happened today, and the student was able to, you know, go to principal's office or go to nurse's office, but they're back in class the next day just because of how the protections. And so there's things we have to do to make sure we can have other things in place, and this is one of those things we can do.
And typically the students that are turning over a desk and throwing computers and injuring themselves or, you know, all of the host of things, those aren't the students that, you know, as you said, a swat in the behind, that's not gonna fix it. They need a whole lot more in the way of a program, in the way of assistance. They don't have the skills.
I hear you. They're not being taught those skills at home, but the problem with public education is this, is that we are creating program upon program upon program to deal with every single issue that comes up in our society, as opposed to dealing with it in a firm but loving way in the classroom. And you know, we're doing so many other things, social and mental health lessons and emotional health and things like this in the past, and it's causing us to constantly have more and more money, more and more programs, more and more staffs, more and more training hours for it. And at some point, it's gonna get ridiculous. It's like, when are you ever gonna learn math and geography and English? And I'm ranting a little bit. I'm not asking you a question, but, okay, thank you.
I did have a question on 5, but 5 and 6 are similar in that they deal with student misbehaviors. My view on these is informed by, I remember a call that I got from my wife when she was teaching, and she was pregnant with our second daughter, and that she just got hit by a student in her belly, and then we had to make a trip to the hospital and make sure everything was okay. And I know I'm sure that you probably have a lot of colleagues that have similar situations like that happening. So innovation number 6 makes sense to me, in that it's allowing, if the legislature has created a system where we don't have a way to remove students when there's those persistent and dangerous misbehaviors outside of the classroom, they did provide a mechanism for allowing us to regain some of that local control and put things in place that work for our students. And so I like that with innovation number 6. Innovation number 5, and I've discussed this extensively with the administration, I just don't think that I can get behind. Several years ago, there was a move in the pendulum of moving away from suspension of students that were grades 3 and below, because there were so many suspensions of kids that were grades 3 and below, and they were predominantly students of color and students that were socioeconomically disadvantaged. And when we did our 2017 operational audit, it discovered that although it wasn't as bad as in some other districts, we had that as well. There were a lot of suspensions, and slowly those numbers started to come down once we started to be more intentional about it. But those suspensions were disproportionately affecting students of color. And so that the legislature enacted that rule that you can't suspend students grades 3 and below. And then it looks like they also implemented some things where you also couldn't take the student out of the non-traditional classroom setting. So I think the pendulum swung back a little bit too far. So it seems like we're pushing it back a bit by allowing something to protect our teachers when they're students that are have chronic misbehaviors. I personally, though, working with students, don't believe that suspending a student that's below grade 3, grade 2, grade 1, kindergarten, I don't think that that's going to have the intended effect if you place them out of school for 3 days. That might have an effect on an older kid, and it will impact extracurricular activities and whatnot, but I think students, particularly students that are prone to have these persistent misbehaviors, I just don't think that it's going to have the intended effect. And I worry that it's going to then re-exacerbate the fact that students of color and socioeconomically disadvantaged students are it's going to affect them more. I also have some concerns about the term in here, persistent misbehaviors. It's just so broad, and I know that the local committee can put some terms in place to make their district-wide policy, but first, we don't have that now yet, and second, the term persistent misbehaviors is just so broad, it could be interpreted by 100 different people in 100 different ways, so I don't think that I'm open to discussion. I don't think I'd be able to get behind that innovation. So I guess my question is, do we have to give an up or down vote on this entire plan? Or can we do like the DSIC did, where we can say we want a district of innovation and then vote one by one on each of these innovations?
Yes, so you can vote each innovation at a time, as long as it's the board's will. And so if you guys want to go one at a time, you can do that. If you go one fell swoop at a time, you can do that.
But I believe it has to go back to DSIC. If you remove or alter the total plan, we have to go back to DSIC and get the DSIC to agree and approve as well. So we would not be able to go further with action at the board in March because we'd have to have the meeting and have approval, 30-day public comment time, et cetera.
So ultimately, we need to vote on a plan up or down.
No, sir. The board can vote on each individual innovation as they choose. Say, for instance, the board votes for innovation number 1, not number 2.
Okay.
Then that plan goes back to DSIC. DSIC can say, yeah, we're okay with that, and then, move forward, post for 30 days, and then the board come back and do it again. That can happen.
So if that happens, how would that impact our timeline, particularly with calendar options?
Then we would be forced to go with calendar option number 3, which is starting, I think, no earlier than the 4th Monday, because by that time, we'd be far into the semester.
So at the March 2023 meeting, we're going to say yes to all 6 or no to all 6. Is that correct? As far as it taking effect right then?
That's what I would recommend we do, but again, it's at the board's will, is what the board wants to do, because the board has to approve it.
Okay, so if at the March meeting, we vote for all 6, we vote for District of Innovation, then we can vote for whatever calendar option we want because the District of Innovation would be passed. We can start the school year earlier if we wanted to. If one of them, say we say innovation number 2, we don't want it, then that would go back to the DSIC, say the DSIC takes another week to get together, then they would approve that, then it would need to come back to this board?
After the DSIC give us final approval, then it would come back to this board.
It would have to come back to the board in April, and we would have to post it for another 30 days. So we would have to go with calendar option C, which puts us starting at the 4th Monday of August, because we have not said yes or no to a plan at that point, so we have to go with that singular calendar option that we have. For the following year, we could adjust the calendar, but for the starting in the fall, we couldn't.
Because that's the checks and balances we put in place. And so we will follow that checks and balance.
So the 30 days posting needs to be after the DSIC approves whatever they're going to approve and before the board would take a final vote.
Yes.
So it wouldn't be able to be at the April meeting.
Correct.
It would need to be at the May meeting or after.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
If you'll let us dig into that a little bit while you're hearing the next two, I want to read through the policy or the Texas Education Code related to that. Because my understanding in it is, I need to clarify the 30-day posting. My understanding is that you could ask between now and March that DSIC come back together. And up until the board meeting, DSIC could vote to change the plan being presented to you. And so I do think if you'll give us some time here, we'll dig into that a little bit, so before you leave tonight, you know.
So here's what we'll do also, trustees, is I'll ask the subcommittees to get together. And so now I'm asking them to speed this process up. The subcommittees get together, and so when the trustees see this plan next month, you see the regulations on how we're going to implement. So then we detail out, what does it mean when we say persistent misconduct? What are the actual discipline actions we're talking about? Kind of like in Innovation One. Innovation One, we said world languages and CTE. So then we'll go back, we'll have a subcommittee, point those things out and then bring that back to the trustees so you can see the details. And then at that point, if you're still not comfortable with that, then we'll start the process over.
Okay.
So I have a question from what you said, President Hunt. To me, 5 and 6 kind of go together, right? I mean, like you were saying. So number 6, a student can be placed somewhere else. That doesn't mean it can't be at home. It has to be within the school building for number 6?
In an educational setting, right?
Okay.
It's not sending them home. In code, suspension is separate from alternative placement. And so they are two separate codes.
So the rationale for wanting number 5 is even if, I guess in the other setting, in the educational setting, if things are still not going well and they're still harming a teacher, whatnot, then that's kind of the next step.
I think it'd be the other way around.
You can't be here if you're not gonna, teachers shouldn't have to take stuff day after day either, right, kind of thing. So that's my guess, is that like if they even bring them into a different setting's not working, so that's the next.
I think traditionally it's the other way around. So a 3-day suspension is more like a timeout, and that would be before a complete removal from the setting. So it wouldn't be that the suspension would necessarily happen. It could happen in the alternative setting, but the suspension is usually, when you look at tiers of discipline, a remediator before you get to actually removing them permanently or temporarily from the setting.
Okay.
I'll say this about this. I attended both DSIC meetings as an observer, sitting in the atrium on January 10th and January 31st. And there was a much different vibe as an observer than the numbers presented and the way they voted. So much, and there was a lot of talk of, well, I don't like this, but I'm the representative of my campus, and my campus sent me here to vote for it. And lots of variations of that. Well, you were here, you know what I'm saying. I don't know if you would agree with my sentiment, but there's a much different vibe, a lot of angst, a lot of why are we doing this now, than these numbers reflect of, 60% wanted this and 80% wanted that. I'll just leave it at that. You're welcome to comment, of course.
I was just gonna say, I think it comes as, just as you had difficulty voting for bus tiers and start times today. You're voting for your constituents and what you believe would be in their best interest, as was the DSIC. So I had to take into account not only what I think and what I feel, but additionally what my campus feels. And sometimes those two things aren't always perfect matches. They're not exact twins. Sometimes they're cousins, and sometimes they're completely divorced. And you have to sort of take that into account as well. But we really tried to encourage them to vote. If you heard something on that day that you think, okay, my campus would be able to go with this. If the campus told you, no, we don't want to go with Innovation 2 about changing the start date, but then you got there and you were like, well, it's only changing by a week or 2 instead of by like a month. Okay, my campus could get behind that. okay, then you were able to make your own decision that day. But most people went with what their campus, based on those polls and those surveys that we took, went with what their campus voted for.
Final plan has to be posted for 30 days before the board can vote.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, board. Thank you, Dr. Evans.
What's next, sir?
Ms. Cole-Hamilton will discuss the academic options, academic calendar options. Ms. Cole-Hamilton.
Thank you, Dr. Nivens, Mr. President, Board of Trustees. Okay, just a brief overview of the calendar development process is a multi-stepped process. We start with the Department of Learning, which drafts potential options that align with instructional goals, priorities, and needs, and that are compliant with state requirements. We then run those options through HR, athletics, fine arts, operations, student services, area superintendents. It's part of the development process. Then we get feedback. We take the calendar options to the DSIC, to principals, assistant principals, and central office leaders. And then parents, staff, students, and community members have an opportunity to provide feedback via the survey. And then taking all that into consideration, we refine based on input. And so I know that we're making a decision that's going to impact our system for at least 2 years. You know, we're attempting to approve multiple calendars this year. However, I'm confident that this year we have received broad enough input to make such an impactful decision. Last year's survey, you'll see we had 4,300 parents, about 2,200 staff, 103 students, and this year's survey participation blows those numbers out of the water. So when we look at the survey results, calendar option A, the question was, what type of impact would each of the following calendar options have on your family? What you see denoted in green means very positive or positive. The gray is like a neutral. And the gold and the darker gold are a negative or a very negative impact. So when you look at option A, you see that there's very little green. There's more that are neutral or more that fall on the gold side. When we look at calendar option B, we have a lot more green in terms of families thinking that, well, family, staff, and students thinking that option B will have a very positive impact, and very little gold as far as it being negative. And in option C, our family, staff, students do not like option C. I apologize, board, I forgot to point out that the top bar represents parents, parent voice, middle bar is students, last bar is staff. I'll go back. Option A, parents top, staff middle, students last. B, parents top, staff middle, students last. And option C, parents, staff, and students. So, given the results of this survey, they were asked to decide, okay, what calendar option do you prefer overall? And you will see again, parents, staff, and students. Green means they prefer calendar option A. Blue indicates they prefer calendar option B. Gold is they prefer calendar option C. And red means they didn't have a preference. So after consideration of information from administration and feedback from the DSIC, principals, staff, students, parents, we will be recommending that the board move forward with approving option B during the next board meeting, provided if DOI was also approved. So I am only sharing this item now as a future action item in advance of next month's meeting.
Any questions? All right, thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Buchanan.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Dr. Nivens. Tonight, we want to bring forth a discussion about Tomas and Banks design development. We had a committee design meeting that met on January the 20th. They discussed 3 options, and then they voted on all 3 options. Our design committee had everyone from our bond program office to safety and security to campus to operational personnel, along with special education athletics. So we had a good size of input from the different committee members. This is option 1 for Banks, junior high school. These were our prototype designs, but you'll notice that the exterior is a little bit different than what we currently have. but the layout of the campus is our current prototype. The only thing that's really changing is the exterior elevations. This is that same design for Tomas High School. This is option 2 for Banks Junior High School. This is option 2 for Tomas. Option 3 for Banks. And option 3 for Tomas High School. So our committee was made up of 19 members that were voting, and you can see overwhelmingly they had chosen option 1. But again, this is just their input to provide for the Board of Trustees. If you'll please provide your feedback on the options that you would like to Dr. Nivens, and this will be an action item for next month.
Who voted for option C? You don't have to answer. Thank you very much. And will we receive are we just looking at elevations for next time?
That is correct, because the
Okay.
floor plans are exactly the same.
Okay.
So there are our prototype floor plans. They're the same as Randall and Wright as far as the floor plans go. It's just the elevation is, we're trying to match the surrounding neighborhoods. When we look at those elevations, those elevation exterior part of the building is the only thing that's really changing.
Can we still receive the design development book that we usually get from the architects?
Yes, sir. Do you
Okay.
want them for all 3?
No, not necessarily. In those books, it kind of has the way it's set up with regard to the streets that are around it and all that, which I like to look at.
Yes, sir. So what we'll do is we'll put the design development books, get them to you, and it'll have all 3 options in that.
Okay.
Exterior elevations. The rest of the book won't change.
Okay. That's a good question.
Right now, the information that we're getting back from our architects is there's really no cost differential in the materials that they've selected, because there's the combination of different stones and masonry as we went through that in glass. So the information we're getting back from our architectural firm is that there's minimal cost impact from all 3 options.
Yeah, it is, because
Right now, the cost of materials have gone up so much that glass and stone and masonry is pretty much, it's a wash when we start swapping one out for another.
all right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we have, Great. Next, we have discussion of Lamar CISD Board of Trustees membership in TASB, and this is Mr. Welch.
Yeah, in January 2023, TASB updated their frequently asked questions on their website to address the notion of transgenderism for minors. In this FAQ, under the pretext of helping districts avoid lawsuits, they push acceptance of transgenderism and the nomenclature surrounding it. The law is murky on this issue because it never occurred to lawmakers that society needed specific laws to deal with the idea that gender is fluid. In response to TASB's guidance, 9 state representatives in the Texas House of Representatives released a public letter asking the Attorney General for a legal opinion on this issue. After that, on January 30th, the same group released another letter calling for school boards across Texas to revoke their membership with TASB because of the leanings of TASB. Not just this, but this is the last in a series of positions that they've taken. In response to that, Dan Troxel, the executive director of TASB, released a public letter rebuking these lawmakers, saying that they mischaracterized the FAQ. In response, I emailed Mr. Troxel to say that it was not only those 9 lawmakers who were upset with their guidance, but I was as well. He replied back asking if I'd talk on the phone with Joy Baskin, a TASB lawyer who helped craft the FAQ that has caused the controversy. Ms. Baskin and I spoke on the phone on February 3rd, 2023. I am requesting that the administration investigate some alternatives for our TASB membership. I know that we pay $11,000 a year for the 7 of us to be board members. I believe that same membership fee gets us things like discounts on utilities and fuel that we buy through TASB as a co-op. They also offer legal protection if we are sued in an official capacity as board members. That's a good thing. So I'm asking the administration to investigate alternatives to TASB on some of these big things that we utilize them for now, to see if there is a viable alternative at a similar cost.
So we discussed, when you're adding this to the agenda, we discussed a little bit about your conversation with Ms. Baskin. Would you be willing to share kind of what she had to say about that FAQ document?
She was very professional. She said that the language in there basically came from her. She said that she was trying to, in their minds, in the mind of the TASB, they were trying to help prevent lawsuits of school districts. In my mind, what they're doing is saying, hey, the progressives in our society, whether they are lawmakers or whether they're influencers, are pushing things and, hey, let's just accept it incrementally, one at a time. That's how I view it. And I think that's a lot of how a lot of the public views it too, is that the public schools, now we're talking about vulgarity in library books, where we were a couple months ago, that would have been completely uncalled for when I was in school just, decade, 2 ago. But now that's an acceptable thing in a lot of people's minds. So we keep moving further and further in a more vulgar society, if I could use that term. But she acknowledged she could understand why a lot of people like me who are out there who read that, and how the lawmakers could interpret it that way that they did. She was much more diplomatic in her phone conversation with me than Mr. Troxel was in his public letter rebuking the 9 lawmakers. He took a pretty firm stance, saying that they're completely mischaracterized their intent, but I agree with them. I completely agree with them. And I am not saying we should leave TASB. I'm saying I would like some alternatives to see if there's any viable alternatives out there. There's lots of places we can get training. We can get training through Region 4. We can get training through any number of TEA approved moderators or teachers, or however they. Networking, I personally have organized 2 dinners, and then we had a third one, of myself and some other like-minded board members in other school districts to just kind of banter and think about things, and what kind of issues are you guys dealing with over there? And so as far as networking, their conferences are big. There's 5,000 people there, and there's vendors, and it's kind of fun and exciting, and we go to dinner with the vendors that take us to dinner, and we're staying in a hotel room on the school district's dime, but those things can, those things can be replaced, possibly, with other alternatives.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? And so are you, I know we're not at that portion of the meeting, but you're asking for this to be added as an agenda item at next month's meeting, or an information item?
I think now I'd be comfortable with an information item.
Okay.
Also, what would need to be a part of that is, I know we do have fuel contracts for minimum purchases. So if we were to sever our relationship with TASB mid-year, what would happen to those kind of prices? What would happen to our utility contracts that we have, our discounts? All that would be factored into it.
So if you don't mind, Trustee Wells, I'll give the team and talk about that. That may be more in-depth than what we can think about right now. And so I may give it the team, and we'll say that's going to take, another month or another 2 months to get bids back and see where things are. So if you give me a little time, I can get a timeline in place and then get that to the trustees on what the timeline looks like.
That sounds fine. I hope that there are other school districts around the state that are considering this at least. This is all, over 1,000 school districts are members of TASB, and they're just a behemoth now. And there has to be some alternative organizations out there, just to kind of give them a little competition. And maybe there's not. Maybe this is the best bang for our buck, our $11,000. I'm not sure. So we'll find that out.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. Are there any items on the future consent items agenda that trustees would like to pull for discussion at the March board meeting?
I have on R, so 13R, is that the 2017 bond available funds? Is that something that, I don't know exactly what that means at this point, but is that going to be something that we discuss already?
No, it just means that there's possibly some available savings from 2017. And so we would bring that to the board about what that looks like as far as doing additional scope. So there's some other things we found as we continue to go that may not have been in that bond or another bond, but if you have savings, then, you know, you can use that for additional projects.
So in that agenda item, y'all would list out what you'd like to use the savings for?
Oh, yes, for sure.
That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
gotcha. Okay.
Any items? All right, it is 11:12 PM. We're adjourning the closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, and 551.082, the Open Meetings Act, to discuss personnel, land acquisition, or consultation with our attorney. It is 12:10 a.m. We are back in open session. We have a quorum. Are there any future agenda items the board would like to add? Are there any upcoming meetings or events?
Yes, on March 2nd and March 3rd, we're doing a first annual Technology Day and Health and Wellness Day with our CTE students. We're taking them, well, they are going to U of H Sugar Land and go see the College of Technology and the College of Nursing for those students. So I have some flyers here that talks about what they will be going through and all that. So on Thursday, March 2nd and Friday, March 3rd.
Anything else? All right, then the time is 12:10. We're adjourned.